everyone who watches Bloomberg Television knows, and the 916 is widely considered one of the most beautiful motorcycles ever created. So this, homage to the 916 I find amazing in a far more powerful bike. I mean, the new bike is just head and shoulders above the power that we had back then. But there are a lot of bikes I'm especially interested in more now that I'm older, right? I don't fit as well on a crotch rocket. I like the Multistrada. I've had 3 of them, and there's a new Multistrada V4 that has the desmodromic valves again, which I'm super pumped about. Plus a super mono. They brought out a single cylinder motorbike for the first time in like 30 years, Guy.
Okay. Jason, Matt is very excited about this bike, as we can hear. It's great to see you, by the way. Thanks for stopping by.
My pleasure.
It's a very pretty machine out of Bologna. We're all looking forward to seeing it on the road. What are these bikes doing in terms of what impact are they having on sales?
Well, we've actually been having a very consistent sales over the course of the last few years, and part of it has to do with our product strategy. We've been very consistent in delivering a solid amount of new products every fall that lead into the next year. And we're building an order bank, which is actually a big change in the business model than what we used to do in the past, where we'd stock our dealers and people would walk in and buy a motorcycle. But this actually creates a lot of excitement. In fact, the launch of the 916 30th Anniversario that just launched yesterday, we've already received enough orders for us in North America to cover our entire production for next year. So this is something that also gives us a lot of security as we look forward to the future in terms of what motorcycles that we build, lower holding costs, and higher profits.
So I wonder about the addressable market. Kevin Tynan, who's our autos analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, said, it's shrinking because younger kids these days are maybe worried about the costs and the safety of motorcycling. What are you doing to grow that market? This has been a nut that motorcycle manufacturers have been trying to crack for years. What are you doing, Jason Chinook, in Colorado to help grow the motorcycling market?
Well, part of what we're doing is actually making sure we're bringing product that's accessible to those people. It's actually expected that Ducati could be intimidating because generally it's the highest performance motorcycle. You think of what we do in MotoGP and World Superbike, that's what people expect of us. But bringing out a new motorcycle like the Hypermotard Mono, that in itself makes the brand accessible, approachable, and the intention is for us to be able to make sure they get out and have an opportunity to experience it. And what better way to have a motorcycle that also has all of this technology that actually increases safety for the rider as well? Because that is an obstacle. But, as Ducati, what we've learned and developed on the track, we've definitely found a way to apply it to what people get to use on the street, not just from a matter of performance, but actually safety and control.
You also have, very high-priced motorcycles, right? The new Multi that I'm looking at starts at $38,000, and as rates rise, financing that kind of purchase gets more and more difficult for your average motorcycle enthusiast in America. How are you dealing with the rising rate environment?
Well, we're very lucky to have a captive partner, Ducati Financial Services, which is part of the Volkswagen Group as well. And we work directly with them in order to put together programs and special rates that actually make it reasonable. And in fact, October, we had the highest ever penetration of financing in comparison to pre-pandemic times. And this is a big contrast to what we were talking about even last year. Last year, there were a lot of cash buyers. People were sitting on savings, they had a little extra cash, and say they were like, why should I bother financing? Now, I think that those cash reserves have, let's say, maybe not dried up, but maybe get shrunk a little bit. And so people are turning to financing, but it still has to be attractive.
Jason, is a Ducati a discretionary item? And ultimately, if the economy does slow down, do people maybe wait a little bit longer before they get a new bike? How do you see the next kind of 18 months progressing? If the economy is slowing down, if rates do bite, there's lots of indications out there that this is happening. Savings have been eroded, student loans are kicking back in. Do you think that it's going to get tougher over the next few years to sell new bikes?
I think we've looked at the last 5 years of the market and try to understand what's happening. We've seen it very stable, but this year we have seen a slight downturn in the overall 500cc market, which is what we compete in. But in terms of Ducati, it's one of the things of us retaining our position, let's say, as an aspirational and a premium brand that actually delivers more than just motorcycles, but experiences. And there's already a very large base of Ducati riders out there, but also other motorcyclists that are looking for that next motorcycle. So are they going to delay their purchase? So far, we haven't seen it. In fact, we're less concerned about the overall volumes and really focusing on the experience and the profitability per bike, not only with Ducati, but also our dealer network, which allows us to invest into that experience as a differentiator from somebody that's looking at just getting, let's say, a commoditized motorcycle.
How important is racing? You mentioned MotoGP, and not a lot of Americans know, but everywhere else in the world, it's wildly popular. Like hundreds of millions of people watch it every weekend. And when I started, over 10 years ago, Valentino Rossi was riding for Ducati. They weren't winning. It was very difficult. Now what Claudio Domenicali has allowed Gigi Dall'Igna to do is to completely dominate. You have 6 teams that are always on the podium. And are the global champion. How important is that, though, to selling motorcycles here in this country?
It's a great question because actually you're right. It doesn't have necessarily the same resonance or impact in the U.S. We get one opportunity, and that's at Circuit of the Americas in Austin every April to be able to make that point. But then how do we continue that throughout the year? On a global level with MotoGP and World Superbike, it's great, and the genuine hardcore people follow it. But when it comes to North America, this is really why we've invested heavily into what's happening in Moto America. This last year we won the Supersport Championship, took second in the Superbike, and next year we're actually anticipating anywhere between 3 to 4 teams, which is going to be 4 times what we've currently got right now in the local racing to make it more approachable, accessible, and relevant to the local market.
Jason, Formula One's making a really big push into the United States. We're about to get the Vegas race. Everybody's very excited about that. Do you think MotoGP could do more in North America, should do more in North America?
Absolutely. There's no question that it should do more, and it could do more. I think what we've seen with Formula One is that obviously there's the TV series that brought a lot of attention, let's call it, to the mainstream America. And there's some talks in the works about something potentially happening similar for MotoGP, and we're directly involved in that. Because I think then you get into the fabric of general society to make it more relevant, to make it, I guess, personal as well, because that's what you want. The racing's great, but you want to know the stories behind the people.
Any hints about the last bike, just before we go? Haven't you got one more to go in December?
Yes, we do. We've got one that we're going to be announcing at the beginning of December. It's a little premature for me to get into too much detail,
Come
but
on, just tell us.
It's a collaboration. Yeah, I know. It's a small world here, right? A collaboration with another brand that will be a bit of a surprise for a lot of people. But I've seen the motorcycle. It's absolutely elegant. It's just a stunning work of art.
You've done that before with Lamborghini, for example.
Absolutely. Yeah. Those have been great successes, and we've actually sold out of them almost as quickly as we announced him, and we anticipate a similar thing.
Okay, well, that's going to be an early Christmas present for Matt Miller. We'll look forward to that. Jason, always a pleasure. Thanks for stopping by. Jason Shinnock, Ducati North America, and of course...
That was Jason Schnuck. He's the CEO of Ducati North America, sitting down with Matt Miller and Guy Johnson, both whom are Ducati aficionados. Matt Miller's supposed to come back in the studio after this interview, but there's a reasonable chance that he's just going to leave with the CEO of Ducati and they're going to go out and ride motorcycles. I don't know, but we'll see how that plays out. Right now, let's go get a quick kind of reset here on these markets with John Tucker.
Well, I'll be here for you. Right now, the S&P 500, just a point higher, 4380. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, Paul, 20 points higher. That's at 34,173. The NASDAQ 100, 10 points lower. That is down about 0.1%. We still have some of the technology shares in the lead right now. Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA, among the leaders in the S&P 500. Some of the laggers, they belong to Amazon.com. Those shares right now, they are down about 0.6%. Also seeing shares of Tesla down 1.2%. Jerome Powell, the head of the Fed, failing to deliver any comments on monetary policy in a speech this morning, so we're going to wait for some of the other Fed speakers. They're scheduled later today. The 10-year yield right now, 2 basis points lower. That is at 4.54. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Well, a piece of interesting news came out for those folks, Fed watchers, we call them, folks that really pay attention to what's happening at the Federal Reserve Bank. Today, the Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland said that it will launch a nationwide search for a new president and CEO to replace current head Loretta Mesta, whose tenure will end in June 2024. A little more on that. We welcome Michael McKee back to the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Michael covers all the economics stuff for Bloomberg News and television and all that good stuff. Michael, what does this mean for the Cleveland Fed? And what does it mean for the Federal Reserve in general?
Not a lot at this point.
Okay.
Will mean something next year once we see whom they hire, because the makeup of the Fed helps determine where interest rates might go. This is not a surprise. It's definitely a dog bites man story in that Mester had to retire as of June 30th next year because she reaches the mandatory retirement age. And so it's only a question. They didn't even put out the statement today as if it were a retirement statement. It was just confirming that they've started the search process. And so it's not really a surprise. What will be interesting is to see who ends up with the job and what their background is. Mester, one of the biggest hawks on the Fed, and came from the Philadelphia Fed, where she was director of research in 2014, and had a very hawkish background there. So this will, in June or July of next year, it will take a hawk out, but do we put a hawk back in? That'll be the main question.
How does, just remind me, who puts is it political who gets to put that?
No. The board of directors of the Cleveland Fed, and it's the same with any of the regional Feds, appoint a search committee based on membership on their boards, and they will work with Spencer Stewart, the search firm. They kind of all work with Spencer Stewart to identify candidates. By the way, the Cleveland Fed has a page up now on its website.
Oh, okay.
It says if you would like to apply for the job.
Well, how much does it pay?
You
can
could
start with that.
send in. I haven't looked at Cleveland lately, but I think in the $300,000-$400,000 range.
Not too shabby.
Not too shabby.
Okay.
But then they will whittle down the candidates, and finally the board will offer the job to somebody. And if that person accepts, then the name goes to the Board of Governors in Washington. They can reject that person, but they don't approve that person. If they don't reject them, then they get the job.
Then you get the job. All right, very good. Michael McKee, thanks so much for joining us there. Just on that breaking news, Loretta Mester, the Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland's president and CEO, she's going to be leaving when her tenure ends in June of 2024, so looking for a replacement there. All right, let's talk a little tech here. We've had a bunch of tech and car tech stories all about. We've had some earnings, so I'm going to bring in Ed Ludlow. He's the host of Bloomberg Technology. He joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. I don't know, I just bought an internal combustion car. I'm happy with it, but, I mean...
What'd you go for?
BMW Q3.
X3.
X3, thank you.
Q3 is the Audi.
Thank you.
Yeah.
X3.
Loves his car.
I'm really into my cars.
He does. He's a diehard Beamer guy because he had a 5 Series before with a stick shift, and then he was struggling. Do you mind if I tell the story for you, Paul? Yes. He was struggling for years to get a new one because there's just not many cars available.
Well, it's a
with the
classic
manual
story
transmission.
of brand loyalty.
Yes. Yeah.
And then down the road, when you do go electric, BMW will have more options then. This classic story playing out all over the place.
100%.
How about Rivian? What's going on there?
So just really interesting, they updated guidance for this year. They're now going to build 54,000 electric vehicles across their consumer pickup and SUV and the delivery van they build for Amazon, which the market is saying, oh, come on, guys. We all know you can build more than that. But the big piece of news that hit last night was that Amazon has released them from exclusivity, meaning Rivian can now sell its vans to other fleet operators. And I just spoke to the CEO. They have some deals that are done. He won't tell me who with, but it's going to be a slow process because if you're a big fleet operator, you don't just sort of magic up new vans. It takes time on both sides. But the market's kind of done a puke. I think the stock's down like 3% now. It had been up like 9% in pre-market. So no idea why.
Well, you know what? The problem is, I was talking to David Welch about this yesterday, and he said, you just can't scale if you're only selling 52,000 vehicles a year.
Exactly.
I know they raised that to 54,000, but...
Well, on paper, their plant in Illinois is capable of building 150,000, and they haven't given guidance for next year. It will be more than 54,000. But here's a really interesting stat. Rivian lost $31,000 on every EV it built so far this year, or in the most recent quarter. Ford lost $36,000 on every EV it built. So Rivian's EV losses are narrower than Ford's, but Rivian only makes EVs.
But what's Tesla make on every EV?
Oh, a lot.
Yeah.
Very positive margin, automotive gross margin, right.
And is that just the economics of volume?
So I think about it this way. Rivian is a startup. It only makes EV. The economics of volume is a big factor. The news that I think I just broke in the interview is that RJ Scaringe, the CEO, told me that average selling prices are going up as they get new orders. And in the EV story right now, everyone is obsessed with knowing if demand is actually there.
Right.
Well, that tells me demand's there. If you're telling me you're getting new orders and your average price is going up, people are buying your car at the higher price points you currently have. So there is demand, and I'm interested to see if the market pays attention to that.
I wonder what you think. So clearly there's demand for Rivian because it's a special vehicle, right? I mean, they're
And it's in line
very
with
cool.
You like pickups and big cars too. It's in
Yes.
line with what the American wants.
Yes,
Right.
and I mean, if you get the quad motor version, it's got 850 horsepower. I mean, that's more than a Hellcat. That's like demon power.
You need it.
But what do you think about demand for EVs in general, Ed? Because, you know, if you want a Rivian, you don't want necessarily an EV, you want a Rivian. You know, it's a different kind of thing than just a utilitarian vehicle.
It goes back to Paul and his Beamer, that there is a big section of the consumer audience that is brand loyal. And so if they're going to go EV, they want to go with a Ford because they've always bought Ford. What was so interesting about the interview of RJ Scaringe is he says that there has been a massive overreaction from the car companies to higher rates and geopolitics, that they should stick at it, continue to use pricing as a lever, invest so there are more models available, because he thinks the demand is there. That the consumer is not impacted by higher rates or geopolitics. It's a psychological thing that the market and industry are freaking out by. But I'm not an economics correspondent. Mike McKee was just in the room. There is certainly evidence I see that the higher rate environment is making all kinds of household decisions be pulled back. And after your home, your car is your most expensive outlay. And that shows up in the reaction we see from Ford, General Motors, etc., in their behavior. Maybe not Rivian, but Rivian's an isolated, specific part of the market.
How about Lucid?
Oh gosh, completely different story.
Uh-oh.
So Lucid has cut guidance again. They're only going to build up to 8,500 units this year, down from 10,000, down from the 20,000 they said they would. They can't get the supply chain under control. Demand is a big question because the average selling price for them is $150,000. They are at the very high end, and they are being impacted in supply and demand. And I think the market is confused. And one piece of news real quick. Last night, the Public Investment Fund, which owns 60% of Lucid, filed a shelf for permission to sell up to $1 billion of stock over the next 12 months. Ooh. That's not a positive signal if your biggest investor's like, actually, I'd like to sell a bit of that.
Rivian doesn't need to raise capital, right? I mean, I just saw that they expect to have, I think, $8 billion on hand rather than
So $8 billion of pure cash liquidity, and then if you include restricted and short-term investments, like more than $9 billion. But the market basically thinks they have enough cash to get them through to 2025. By that point, they should have a second plant in Georgia.
Will it be an 850 horsepower rocket?
No, it'll be a smaller form factor SUV that will make me happy.
Yeah. So one for Ed, but not for me.
One for all right, Ed. All right, very good. Ed Ludlow covers all the technology stuff for Bloomberg Television. He's based somewhere out in the West Coast, but we got him here in New York today. Looking at these markets, unched is the word of the day. Nothing happened on the S&P. Nothing happened on the Dow. NASDAQ off about 0.1%. So on the index level, not a ton of movement. S&P, again, unchanged. More markets starts right now.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
Why were the economists so wrong? What are the economists getting wrong?
Isn't this a slam dunk?
I don't know.
True. What the heck does that mean?
I don't know.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
We're going to be in an environment with higher rates for longer.
The 5-day in-office work week is effectively dead.
It's definitely a good sign that we're not ready to land this economy just yet.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, we're going to check in with Sam Fazeli. He is head of European research and pharma analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. We saw him walking around the halls earlier today, so we just grabbed him and said, hey, come on in here and tell us what's happening in the world of global pharma in terms of, I'm still getting some shots. I don't know, getting some boosters, see what's going on there. Investor Outlook, we're going to talk to Matt Smith. He was investment director at Ruffer, and get his thoughts on these markets. And we're going to talk about the labor market, the hiring outlook. Kate Duchesne, she is the CEO of RGP. She's going to join to discuss their survey of workforce strategies, talk about the jobs figure. Are we still working from home? Are people coming back in? All that kind of stuff. We'll get down to it. Let's kick it all off with Mr. John Tucker.
All right, Matt and Paul, November rally looks like it's kind of petering out maybe just a bit. S&P 500, little change right now. Investors looking for the next catalyst. Fed Chair Jerome Powell did not address monetary policy this morning. He gave a speech, but we are waiting for more Fed speakers later today. The impact of previous Fed rate hikes still has yet to show up. That's according to Dean Kernit. He's at Macro Risk Advisors.
Ultimately, earnings are solid and stable. And I think as I step back and we go back to this term long and variable, I just don't think we've seen the impact of rates just yet. I think it's a 2024, maybe even to 2025 story.
Swaps traders, by the way, they're predicting the current level of the Fed's benchmark rate will mark the peak of the tightening cycle. One of the standouts today, eBay issued a bleak revenue outlook for the holiday quarter. So let me give an update here. eBay shares just over 5% lower. Overall, the S&P 500 unchanged, 43.77 on the index. The Dow is 8 points lower. The NASDAQ 100 down 22 points. That's down about 0.1%. I don't know about you, but when you're sitting at the holiday table, having your turkey, watching the Lions lose, well, win this year maybe. Yeah, it's so annoying when somebody gets up, well, I got to cut this short because I got to go shopping. Now, Simon Properties is one of the biggest mall owners in the United States of America, and I think now for the third or fourth year in a row, they've decided to close all their malls
on Thanksgiving.
On Thanksgiving Day.
Good call. Good call.
So no shopping Thanksgiving at
stay
Simon Properties. Also at Kohl's, JCPenney, Best Buy.
Okay.
Still continuing to do the same. So the holiday tradition keeps up.
Continues.
Thankfully.
John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Matt Miller, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We are streaming on YouTube, and now Bloomberg is now in your dashboard with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. It gives you access to every Bloomberg podcast, live audio feeds from Bloomberg Radio, print stories from Bloomberg News in audio form, and the latest headlines at the click of a button with Bloomberg News Now. How do you get it? Well, it's free, which I like. That's my price point. It's free with the latest version of the Bloomberg Business app. That's the Bloomberg Business app. Get it on your phone in the Apple App Store or on Google Play. Just download the app, connect your phone to your car, and get started. It's all presented by our sponsor, Interactive Brokers. So that's pretty cool there. More technology coming into the radio biz.
By the way, that reminds me, because I was listening to Bloomberg Radio on my app in Apple CarPlay this morning. Reason being, I couldn't find Bloomberg Radio on channel 119.
You know why?
Now I know why. I'm just looking at a message from Colin. So we are now on Sirius XM channel 121.
Ah, now I get what you're doing. So we're channel 119 now. We're channel 121.
We are now 121.
All
yes.
Right. Very good. I get that free year of Sirius XM in the BMW X3.
Why the move?
I don't know, but I like 121. I like it.
Probably not our
decision. It's just aesthetically pleasing, I think, compared to 119. In terms of your Sirius, by the way, subscription, so I get that too in the new car, and they've already called to ask me if I want to renew when that ends for $19.99 or whatever. And I said no, because if I know that if I say no, then you're later going to come back to me and say, okay, how about $4.99? So why don't we just cut to the chase?
That's your strategy? Okay, yeah. Negotiating hard, very good. All right, let's check out what's happening in these markets. A whole lot of nothing. That's kind of from an index level, but let's check in with Bloomberg equities reporter Carmen Reineke. Carmen, what are you looking at here?
Yeah, so we're seeing a lot of earnings moves today. As you said, overall indexes are a little bit boring, but underneath the hood, so to speak, there are some more interesting things. Warner Bros. Discovery, ticker WBD, is down about 16% after it reported quarterly earnings that pointed out network advertising significantly declined.
So even with Barbie.
Even with Barbie.
That's Matt's big
Which was, because it was, I think, like the biggest advertising campaign that any toy has likely ever had.
Yeah, definitely.
That's okay. It didn't really help.
See, it didn't help that much.
When a big media company has a hit movie like Avatar for 21st Century Fox back in the day, or big, it doesn't move the stock one way or the other. Nobody really cares.
Yeah, even though it was the highest grossing film, they still saw a decline in the advertising revenue, and they really said this was because of the Hollywood strike. Obviously, still ongoing on the actors' portion. And that really weighed on the company's profitability. They also said that dwindling traditional TV subscriber numbers were an issue.
Yep, it's tough in the media business. A lot of change going on there, and nobody has a really good plan at this point. So shareholders are just like, I'm sitting on the sidelines here. I don't need to be a
Exactly. Another place where shareholders are kind of sitting on the sidelines is Lucid, ticker LCID. Another earnings disappointment. It said that it will cut its full year production forecasts. So now between 8,000 and 8,500 vehicles, and they previously said that they were going to deliver more than 10,000 units. So. Not so good for Lucid. The stock is down about 7% right now, and if it continues to fall, it could hit an all-time low.
Do you like the Lucid vehicles? Have you been in one?
Well, my personal opinion is that they don't really look that cool.
Okay.
But I haven't been in one. I imagine the experience is, I would hope for the price, amazing. Yeah. And they probably are super fast, but you know how I feel.
Well, let's get to that. Yeah, I know. And that's that.
The thing is, Lucid, I think Lucid falling may have had some impact on Rivian shares because they were up almost 8%. And, maybe somebody looked at that and somebody who got in too high and said, oh, now's my chance to cash out. But also maybe it reminds the market that raising capital is sometimes necessary for these businesses, and as a result, Rivian is now down 2.5%.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. I was watching that this morning. It was up, and then really fell. I think in line with Lucid, because if one of these companies is having problems, it has implications for the entire industry. For sure.
All right, what else we got here?
All right, another one that I'm looking at, a little bit of a brighter spot, at least for this stock, the RealReal, the secondhand consignment store. It's up about 33% right now, ticker REAL.
What do they do?
They are secondhand clothing and handbags resellers. So it's like luxury, luxury consignment. Okay. So they reported third quarter gross margin that sailed past expectations. Wells Fargo analyst said that it was one of their best prints in recent memory, and this, I think, was really exciting for investors because they haven't been doing so well either. They had to kind of shift, I think, some of their strategy.
Is it a membership-only thing? Do you have to join the club, essentially?
You don't, but you can.
Right.
So yeah, you can just be sort of like a regular non-subscribing
Do they have brick-and-mortar stores?
They do. They do have a few. I know there is at least one in Manhattan, but it's mostly online.
That's a similar thing to Rent the Runway.
It is, but I think I would call it a little bit more high-end, and it's consignment, right? So it's used.
Right, yep. Yeah. Okay. Because I think some of our producers in Bloomberg Television do the Rent the Runway.
Yes, no, I think a lot of people, I know
and that's
a lot of people
great
do
business
that.
model. I know, so I think that's a pretty cool business model.
But this I think is also a cool story, at least. I don't know about the financials of the RealReal, but I know I was walking by another consignment shop, I think down in the lower west, I guess, Hell's Kitchen area, and there was a line out the door. I mean, people really are starting to view that as a viable business model, something that they want to participate in, the circular economy. So I think it's very cool. The question is it a fad, or does it?
For sure. Well, I also think there might be some sort of broader economic implications. I mean, these are still companies that are dealing with like luxury goods, but because they're secondhand, they're tapping into that, the circular economy, but they also have a slightly lower price. Like you're going to get a little bit of a discount for, your Chanel flats as opposed to, buying them.
Yeah, I think it's a good game.
It's interesting. Yeah.
All right, very good. Carmen Reineke, thanks so much for joining us. Carmen Reineke, she covers all the equities for Bloomberg News. I saw some old guy walking through the hallways here with like a gray beard and all kinds of things. I don't know how we let him in, but I used to, what? But anyway, okay. So walking around. So just want to check in what's happening. It's Sam Fazeli. He's head of European research. He's a pharma analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. We used to talk to him all the time back in the day about the pandemic and COVID and the virus and all the vaccines and all that kind of stuff. But that's done and dusted for me. So we're not even going to go there.
Didn't you just get your new vaccine?
I just got my booster because why not? I walked by the Walgreens and they're just like, "Come on in." So I did.
Did they give you a lollipop with it?
No, I got a little Walgreens.
I got some heart-shaped Band-Aids. At the CVS.
Yeah,
I got a double vaccine a couple weeks ago. So I got the COVID in one arm, and then the flu in the other.
Is that the Are we going to get one shot going forward, Sam?
That would be good, wouldn't it? Would you not roll up your sleeves more likely if it was all in one?
Oh yeah, for sure. I would be so much. Actually, I'll tell you what. I walked into the CVS and my wife had made the appointment, but didn't tell me much about it. And they said, "All right, we're going to do both arms, or do you want 2 in the left and 2 in the right?" And I said, "Wait, 2?" And I seriously considered sneaking out because I'm terrified of needles, but it didn't hurt.
Yeah.
No, but in one, it just makes it easier for people to make a decision.
All right, didn't even want to go there. I want to talk about the newest thing in healthcare, which are these weight loss drugs, Ozempic and all this kind of stuff. Even he's talking about it.
I'm so excited about it.
No, we're not doing that. So, and I know you guys at Bloomberg Intelligence have done a ton of work on it. Talk to us about this market, the opportunities, all that kind of stuff.
First of all, I don't know what you see, but neither of these guys actually need them, right?
Yes.
I definitely need to lose 20 pounds, and
so they can put it back on at Christmas again.
Well, that's my problem. And to get a little more personal than I normally would, the doctor says I'm pre-diabetic.
Oh, so that would be a good reason to do it.
Yeah.
To lose weight, whether you take the drug to do it or you do it because you've been running a lot more, etc., or
now,
standing a lot more.
Now, these drugs have been around for a while for diabetes, right?
Yeah. I think we're but definitely into the second decade, because the first version, which was Victoza, that came out, that's years ago.
So why has this now become the topic for pretty much every kitchen table about getting these weight loss drugs?
Right at the beginning, you could tell with Victoza, which is a low dose every day. So who's going to want to take a drug every day that's less effective than what we've got now, which is a higher dose once weekly? That's what changed. Right?
I mean, a lot of people take drugs every day.
No, but not well, you don't, well, yeah. Not that many. We're aiming for like 50 million people to take these drugs. That's the sort of volume that these companies are aiming at.
So now they have, I actually had a friend I had lunch with the other day, he didn't eat very much, who's doing the pill version. Ozempic is Novo Nordisk's diabetes drug, right?
Correct.
Wegovy is their weight loss drug.
Same active.
And then they have
Rybelsus.
Yeah, which
Rybelsus.
is the pill form. And what, does that not work quite as well? And it's a higher dose. And
it's harder to. You have to have it with a certain window of eating before eating, because otherwise, if you do it too late, it interferes with its absorption. And also, if you do it too late, you've already eaten.
Right.
So that makes it a bit more complicated. Wegovy once a week, you forget about it.
And you inject yourself, right?
Yep.
Once a week,
easy,
you do it yourself.
Easy. Yeah. All right. Yeah, great. But are we going to get to a point where it's just you take a pill once a day, which everybody does anyway, and then this market's going to explode?
So we've got data. There's a couple of things we're waiting for. One is this weekend, you're going to get the detailed cardiovascular data from Novo Nordisk.
Okay.
And the critical element of that is how well did it do in people over 65? Because that's relevant for Medicare coverage. The people who really need it, how much benefit do they get? The oral drugs, in the next 12 months, we get some meaningful data from Amgen, from a whole host of other companies, right? So that's what we're looking for. Do these drugs, are the orals as good? Are they only something that you add into the treatment paradigm, saying, okay, you've lost your weight with the injection over 16 weeks. From now on, you go on to the oral and maintain your weight.
Why is the skin pop better than, could they have a transdermal patch?
But you don't need it. Transdermal patch has got, would you wear one for 16 weeks? If you're diabetic, I guess you would think about that. But honestly, the amount of money that has to be invested to do that, the injections once a week, very easy.
What do you think about, so you are running this Bloomberg Intelligence research in Europe, but really for the globe. We've had companies that are worried about declining revenue. Walmart says people have a smaller basket. Pepsi said they haven't really seen the data to convince them yet, but clearly, we're going to buy fewer Fritos if we're all taking Ozempic. Is it going to affect loads of different businesses?
3% of obese people at the moment globally are taking these drugs. So if that was the driver of their margins and that if they were the marginal buyers of product, then we have a problem. From 2030 onwards, when they become cheaper, either generic or because of the Inflation Reduction Act, that's when you might start seeing people taking them much more commonly. And the other thing is, still want to see 5 or 6 years of safety data for the Wegovy dose, because it's 2.5 times or 5 times higher than the diabetes dose. And we don't know what the side effect is. But of course, Lilly uses the same dose.
So now you guys,
so
again,
I guess I should wait for the data.
You're not doing anything. Nobody in this room is getting any of these drugs. But I mean, you guys did some work on this. I got to think the U.S. market is just prime market for these companies. Is that where the...
Yeah, I mean, all you have to do is walk outside.
I know.
All you have to do is walk outside. 70 billion is where our current model sits on a global
You
basis.
think 70 billion annually in these types of drug sales?
That's where we're at in terms of market size, which obviously is about the same sort of revenue line, I think, average that this consensus has. So I think everybody's going after the same rough
And how
numbers.
big is 70 billion in your world of pharmaceuticals?
Oh, that's a lot. For a class...
That's 70 blockbusters.
Oh, no. For a class of drugs, no. We have actually 70 billion. I think even in the immuno-oncology world, we're not getting to 70 billion.
Really?
No. This is big.
This is big. All right. So
everything about these drugs is big.
Can you remember, I mean, you know, like, would statins have been comparable when they first came out?
Yeah. I mean, you know, so statins, when Pfizer's Lipitor was around, that was the biggest drug. And then AbbVie's Humira for rheumatoid arthritis, that became the biggest drug only a couple of years ago. And now, currently, it's an immuno-oncology drug, Keytruda from Merck. But these guys will probably overtake that.
All right, Sam, thanks so much for joining us. Sam Fazeli, head of European research. He's a pharma analyst as well during the day for Bloomberg Intelligence, based in London, somewhere in France, too. I don't know what that's all about. That's a scam. But he's in New York right here, so we appreciate that. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news right now with Denise Pellegrini.
Yeah, we're watching Cruise and General Motors because GM is recalling its automated driving system and deploying a software update to part of its fleet parent GM. Watching this closely after one of the self-driving vehicles dragged a pedestrian struck by another car last month. We get more from Bloomberg's Joan Doniger.
Cruise submitted the voluntary recall earlier this month after California suspended the company's permit to operate driverless vehicles in the state over its handling of the incident. The recall affects 950 automated driving systems, according to documents posted to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration's website today. Cruise says in certain circumstances, its driverless software may have led its vehicles to try to pull over out of traffic when they should have stayed put. That was the case on October 2nd when a separate car hit a pedestrian and propelled the person into the path of a Cruise robotaxi. After initially coming to a stop, Cruise's vehicle attempted to pull over and drag the person about 20 feet. Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, thank you, Joan. And shares of General Motors, they are down just about 1.5% right now. You know, every time Apple unveils a new version of its operating system, some people say there's a problem with it, right? iMessage doesn't work, they say, or the phone shuts off for no reason, et cetera, et cetera. Well, now Apple is halting development of next year's software updates for the iPhone, iPad, Mac, and other devices, trying to fix those bugs in the code before the rollouts. And this means engineers are now focusing on fixing flaws instead of on the new features. And those are some of the company stories we are following this hour. I'm Denise Pellegrini, and this is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Major stock averages, a little change right now. Brent crude oil, that fell below $80 a barrel for the first time in more than 3 months, a little earlier in the session. Now, in the S&P 500, you have energy right now among the biggest drags. Technology shares, they are helping keep the index in the green. Well, they were. Right now it's down a point. And you have NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple, leaders in terms of index points right now. And Warner Brothers Discovery, this is the worst performing individual stock in the S&P 500. Right now it is down 16.4% after its earnings report. Overall, S&P 500 unchanged, we'll call it 43.77. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 15 points lower. The NASDAQ 100 down 16 points. That's down about a 0.1%. The 10-year yield, 3 basis points lower. That's at 4.52 right now. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Matt and Paul.
John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Matt Miller, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming on YouTube as well. You know, Matt, after slinging stocks on to institutional investors for 30 years, there's very rare is it when somebody walks in this studio and is a money manager of any size that I don't know, I haven't heard of. Well, that just happened here. Matt Smith, he's an investment director at Ruffer, and I have no idea what Ruffer is, so we're going to start right there. Matt, thanks so much for joining us. I know you're based in London. You're joining us here in our New York studio. Tell us about Ruffer. What do you guys do?
Thanks, Paul. Great to be here. So we are a London-based asset manager focused on absolute return. So we have one main objective, which is to avoid losing money.
I like that.
That sounds pretty unimpressive, but or unambitious, but it's helped us deliver positive returns in the dot-com bust, global financial crisis, March 2020.
So you're more than like 15 minutes old, right? You guys have been around a while?
We have, 1994.
How come I've never heard of you?
So we only started marketing, making ourselves available to U.S. clients at the beginning of last year.
Oh, okay. All right. So absolute return. Are you long only, long short? Are you a hedge fund? What's your structure?
We're a hedge fund, and what we're focused on doing is studying regimes, market regimes, inflation regimes, predicting them in advance.
So what's an example of that?
ZERP. The change from ZERP, the exit from ZERP. Is it going to stick with us? Higher rates, or are we going to go back to where we were?
Zero interest rate policy?
That's right. Zero interest rate policy. Some people say NERP, I think.
Japanese is still in NERP, negative interest rate policy.
But so right now we're shifting from ZERP back to what, normal? Or how does it look to you?
So we are of the firm belief that there has been a regime change from an era of low inflation and low interest rates to a new era of higher inflation, more volatile inflation, and a structurally rising set of interest rates, higher highs and higher lows.
So that's interesting, because I would have thought maybe we're in a new interest rate regime, call it back to normal or higher for longer or whatever you like, out of zero. And as a result of that change, we have the volatility in inflation. But it seems to a lot of people that inflation really did turn out to be transitory, just took a longer time than expected, and now we're just going to get back to a normal level of inflation like we are getting back to a normal level of rates.
I think the best way to characterize the change is that we've moved from a ceiling of 2% inflation to a floor of 2% inflation. That sounds like not much, but that's a very dramatic shift.
Yeah, that sounds uncool to me, actually.
It makes life significantly more difficult for two people in the economy, the U.S. government and how they calibrate fiscal spending, and the Fed. And we have one core structural macro thesis, that the Fed is a paper tiger. When they are faced with a slowdown in the economy or a slowdown in markets, they will cut hard, just like they did in the mid-60s. They'll cut excessively, and they won't have dealt with inflation sufficiently before they enter the easing cycle.
All right, so doesn't Jay Powell explicitly say he wants to avoid that? I mean, isn't the whole idea of Jay Powell, or was until I guess last week, that he wants to make sure he does not repeat the Burnsian mistakes of that Fed?
That is absolutely what he has to say in advance. But not even Arthur Burns wanted to be Arthur Burns in advance. Central bankers, honestly, they're products of their time, not independent. Ultimately, the Fed is responsible to Congress. And if they are frustrating the will of Congress by getting in the way of government spending or a strong economy, they'll just be sidelined.
So how has your investment focus or strategy at Rufford changed in the last couple of years as we are now in a different world?
So our view actually switched, that the world was from a deflationary world to a world that will end in inflation in December 2008. So we've been preparing and thinking about this for some time. Clearly, it's been accelerated by COVID. What it means is that you have to have a portfolio that is not reliant on bonds for protection structurally. You have to be more dynamic and agile with your asset allocation. So, put another way, the things that worked best in the prior regime, long the 30-year Treasury and long the big tech stocks, basically, and crucially, a passive approach or a static asset allocation, that is, through this new regime, the worst possible approach, we think. That doesn't mean it won't have good moments, and actually we think right now is a good moment for the 30-year Treasury. But you've got to be a lot more dynamic than
so what is your asset allocation today versus?
So we have a core structural allocation to 30-year TIPS, the inflation-linked securities, and the 50-year equivalent in the UK, to protect our clients against the risk of inflation eroding away their capital. At the moment, we are pretty concerned about the potential for a sharp sell-off, or put another way, for any market sell-off to be pretty self-feeding. And so we have credit protection, we have volatility protection through things like the VIX.
By the way, when you say sell-off, do you mean in bonds or in stocks or like risk assets in general? What are you thinking of?
Most likely a stock sell-off. But the way that the Fed is implementing monetary policy this cycle means that any equity market sell-off is probably a contagious event into wider risk markets.
So we see a sell-off in the S&P. That means they're going to also sell what? Like Paul's going to sell his 2-year Treasuries?
That he will probably, or wider asset managers will be like, okay, stocks are going down. I'm going to be buying Treasury bills just to keep my risk at a low level. And what that does is force money into the Fed's RRP facility, denying it to the banking system, and that just makes the setup even more fragile just at the point where markets need liquidity.
All right, so what do you, I'm trying to think, so what have you added to your portfolio in the last 6 months?
A couple of things. So we've started to go very long duration bonds for the first time.
Treasury bonds or corporates or?
Treasury bonds.
Treasury bonds.
So we want to steer clear of corporate bonds. In fact, really.
It sounds boring what you guys are doing.
No, this is exciting.
No, treasuries?
You're going long duration.
I want you to buy Disney stock.
So the 30-year Treasury is more volatile than the S&P at the moment.
That's not good.
It's not good.
But it's exciting,
I guess.
It's not boring.
If you're trading the long.
Don't forget, we're in the business of trying to avoid losing money.
Yes,
we're about preserving capital for our investors through time.
How did you just follow up on that 2022 when equities were down big, fixed income was down big?
We were up around 6%.
You were not.
And that was thanks mainly to our derivative positions.
Okay.
We've been worried about a correlated sell-off in equities and bonds for about a decade by that point. We finally saw the preconditions line up. So we were long of, we effectively short interest rates, short of crowded stocks in particular. That's something that's very vulnerable if liquidity is coming out of the system. This year has been a lot more difficult. We've been expecting yields to start biting on stock markets a lot sooner than they have. But we think we've reached a pretty critical point where if yields start to go much higher than 5%, that's going to be doing real damage to.
So you don't think we've seen a peak in yields? You think that there could be a sell-off, even at the long end of the curve, that drives yields higher than 5% on 10s, 20s, 30s?
I think what I'm saying is that if yields do go through 5%, that will be dangerous for markets. So from a portfolio perspective, you can be long of the 10-year, the 30-year, provided you've got protection against a risk asset sell-off, and construct a nice balanced portfolio with those assets.
Cool.
I mean, I'm looking at your website. How come I never?
I want to sit.
Front of these
I want to sit Matt down with like Cam Harvey.
Yes.
To debate inflation. So he's a.
Oh, I would love to do that.
he says that inflation is beat. It's whipped, and he says, you know, it's below 2, and the Fed is just looking at the wrong data points, for example, to price housing inflation.
I mean, this is what gives you the opportunity in investment terms. The market currently prices 30-year inflation at 2.5%. So that's the market saying the Fed has got this. They have tightened, and crucially, they can stay tight. And that's what I think is just not correct. So that gives you the opportunity to buy inflation expectations at that price.
Do you think the Fed is going to cut the minute we see an economic downturn, and it's going to go too far, and inflation's going to come roaring back?
Absolutely.
All right, good stuff, man. I'm glad we got
Very cool.
Matt Smith, investment director, Ruffer, in the city of London. They're in Edinburgh, they're in Paris. Next time we're in New York, let us know. We'll get you back on. We'll see about what's going on.
I think they say Edinburgh.
Edinburgh?
Edinburgh.
Edinburgh. All right, let's head down and get Michael Barr in New York City. He's got the news.
Thank you very much, Paul and Matt. Tonight is the third Republican presidential debate in Miami. Former President Trump, who is leading in recent polls, will not be there, but 5 of the candidates will. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis could clash with former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, who has been gaining ground in the polls. The two have already clashed on a number of issues, including abortion. DeSantis supports a 15-week nationwide abortion ban. Haley has called federal bans on abortion unrealistic. Voters in Ohio overwhelmingly said yes to a ballot initiative that will enshrine abortion rights in the state constitution. This activist spoke at a celebration held late last night.
Young people are a force to be reckoned with, not just in Ohio, but nationwide.
In the interest of transparency, we should note that Michael Bloomberg, founder and majority owner of Bloomberg radio parent Bloomberg LP, donated to the campaign supporting Ohio's abortion rights amendment. Virginia's State House will be fully in Democratic control in other election results. 2 races involving incumbent governors were decided. Democrat Andy Beshear won a second term in Kentucky. In Mississippi, Republican incumbent Tate Reeves won. Ivanka Trump on the witness stand today in her father's New York fraud trial. Bloomberg's Ed Baxter reports.
The trial issue is whether Donald Trump inflated the worth of his properties to lenders and other business dealings. Ivanka Trump has pretty much disappeared from the public spotlight, opting to leave both New York and Washington, D.C. for Miami. How much she will say under oath or what she says she remembers is a question. But part of what prosecutors want to look at is her role in several real estate transactions, as well as the valuation of her New York apartment, which they say was priced at about 2.5 times the value. Ed Baxter, Bloomberg Radio.
Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg newsroom of this Bloomberg Business Flash. After 7 days of gains, the major averages right now, they are lower. Technology shares keeping a damper on any further losses. NVIDIA, Microsoft, and Apple, the leaders in the S&P 500. Dan Ives over at Wedbush Securities, he's raising what he calls his bull case for Apple to $275 a share.
Yeah, look, I think this is just the beginning of the next phase of the Apple story. You look at margins that are historical. You look what's happened on services now, mid-teen growth. And iPhones, despite the haters continuing to hate, is growing.
And right now, Warner Brothers Discovery tumbling the most in more than a year. It's down 16%. Worst performing stock right now in the S&P 500. Entertainment giant reporting a significant decline in network advertising. And after the close of regular trading today, Disney reports ahead of that. We have shares of Disney. They're down about 0.1%, 84.89. Blame it on the weather in large part. We do have severe drought in parts of the country. And as a result of that, the national cattle herd size is at a 61-year low. And according to the Department of Agriculture, the average price of beef has risen to $8 a pound. So that tops the previous high of $7.90 a pound that was reached during the pandemic.
And that's drought-driven?
It's drought-driven in a lot of parts of the country, and ranchers aren't necessarily making more money because the price of beef is going up. They have to pay more for feedstock and hay and stuff like that. And they're also worried about the long-term impact because their nice green fields on which the cattle used to graze are now turning to essentially dust bowls.
Did you hear the story yesterday about wine production?
That will get my attention because those are my two favorite things, beef and mixing that with wine.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so by the way, I should have invited you. Last night I went to a pretty exclusive dinner at Emilio's Batalo downtown with David Duncan, the
It doesn't
owner
count
of Silver
when you
Oak.
invite me a day after the event.
It was for the beautiful people, man. I mean,
Anyway, so according to the International, I guess, Vines and Wines Association, the wine output this year will be the lowest level since 1961. Weather has reduced the production of wine, especially in the southern hemisphere, by 10 to 30%, depending on the country. So especially South American wines and Australian wines are going to be in short supply. I was talking to David Duncan from Silver Oak about this yesterday. He said they don't have that problem in Napa. They have, in his opinion, this is going to be the best vintage that he's seen in his 20-year career out there, but they won't release these bottles until 2028.
How about the wine in a box, John? How's that going?
Wine in a box. That's the rosé for a particular person. Yeah. I don't like that aftertaste of cardboard.
Exactly. All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Let's talk about the labor market here. We had the labor unemployment rate kick up a little bit to 3.9%, but you talk to companies out there, and they say it's still super tight in terms of trying to find and retain the people they want. Kate Duchesne joins us. She's the CEO of a firm is named RGP. Kate, thanks so much for joining us here. Can you give us a sense here? We have the, we got a lot of labor data over the last couple of weeks. It still feels like it's really tight out there for companies. What does your work show you?
Right. Hi. Thanks, Matt and Paul. I'm glad to be back. Our business still says the labor market is tight. While the jobs report showed that the market is normalizing a little bit, there are still big gaps that companies are facing in terms of the kind of skill sets that they need to keep transforming business. And I think one of the best examples is what's happening around technology transformation, cloud migration, and the kind of skill sets that companies need to make the shifts that they're doing, especially around systems like SAP's S/4HANA and Oracle products.
So I guess training in those systems is a great thing for job seekers to do.
Yes, we have, we're a global business. We work with some of the best brands, most recognized brands in the world. And it seems like as I look at our opportunities in front of us, many of them are tied to ongoing technology and digital transformation. And it's not just technical skills. So I want to be clear about that. It's also skills related to what we call execution excellence. So that's functional experts who understand process redesign, data mapping, data governance, and project and change management. We've really seen in our client base an investment in change management to ensure that people understand what systems are changing, what new tools they have to do their work, and making sure that employees take full advantage of the investments that companies are making.
What is the dynamic workforce model?
Thanks for asking. We've just done some really good, robust research on that. And really what that is about is that companies are recognizing you don't need to own all of your talent. Traditionally, you hired full-time the talent you needed. And now companies are understanding that in order to get the skill sets they need, they're using a more dynamic approach. So that means using both full-time employees on these projects, but also bringing in outsiders, whether they're freelancers, whether they are from consulting firms like ours, or other places to supplement the skill set, deploy what you need for the time you need it, and then you move on and you move to the next skill set you need. So because the world is moving faster than ever, getting the skill sets you need for the right kind of projects is getting more complicated, and therefore building a blend in your workforce of full-time and outsider seems to deliver the best results. And our research shows that the firms that are best at project execution on these transformation initiatives have a much higher market cap because of that approach and success. Yep. And it also gives companies more flexibility in the downturn. Nobody likes to face a RIF. Nobody likes to separate full-time employees. And by pursuing a more agile model, you can achieve your outcomes without having to face the reductions that happen with a more traditional workforce strategy.
So, Paul, this strategy, I know from reading Kate's article in the Harvard Business Review, is often used by Hollywood film production companies. So they take some of the talent from production companies that they always use, and then they bring in independent contractors and employees from different production companies, and that helps them, I guess, remain agile, flexible. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Kate, so how about remote work? Now everybody can work remotely. Does that help in the flexibility here? If I don't need to have all these people on site, but I know I've got some great coders in Africa or Europe or South America, I could just use them?
Yeah, no, I love that question, because what we have seen is that consulting talent, we're a consulting business, but we operate a really flexible model, is that you can procure talent anywhere now. And while it used to be that you went to lower cost markets for lower value work and engaged in labor arbitrage, what we're seeing today is that our clients are really engaging in something we call intellectual arbitrage, and understanding you can go to these untapped labor pools that are highly educated, bringing in-demand skill sets to the marketplace, and they can deliver anywhere. We work with a lot of healthcare companies, for example, and it used to be that in healthcare in North America, companies did not want to pursue offshore strategies. Right. And that's changing, and that's changed not only because of COVID, but because we need to follow where the best talent exists. And that's opening up the world to new approaches.
Kate, great having you on the program. Thanks so much for joining us again. Kate Duchesne is the CEO of RGP. By the way, that stands for Resources Global Professionals. And if you want to check out her story in the Harvard Business Review, it's called Creating a Cohesive Team for Corporate Transformation Projects. I think it's really fascinating research. So glad we could get that on, and I think it could help managers confront a lot of the problems that they're facing in these difficult times. This is Bloomberg. Let's get it over to Denise Pellegrini right now. She's got your company news. Denise?
Yeah, if you want to do some shopping on Thanksgiving, you're going to do it online, most likely. Simon Properties has now decided to close most of its more than 100 malls and outlets on Thanksgiving again this year. Best Buy, JCPenney, Kohl's, and Walmart will also be closed on Thanksgiving. Disney expected to report quarterly results later today. Lot to watch for this time around, according to Geeta Raghunathan. She's analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence.
You know, one of the things that we look for always with the media companies is the streaming profitability number. And of course, there is no streaming profitability just yet. But even if Disney can report narrower losses, I mean, that's a big win. So, of course, any commentary there. And then just kind of in light of the Warner Brother numbers and the kind of the comments on the challenges in the ad market, anything that Bob Iger has to offer in terms of, how ESPN is holding up, how the rest of the assets are holding up, the TV networks, of course, that could, kind of help assuage some of the fears. Because right now, of course, everybody's very, very nervous about the health of the media landscape.
All right, thank you, Geeta. Those are some of the things we'll be watching. Disney shares slightly lower right now. Curtain rises on results from movie theater chain AMC. The stock could have a big audience today thanks to the summer box office hit Barbie and, the release of Taylor Swift's concert movie that had 1 or 2 viewers as well. And Warner Brothers Discovery shares, those are lower. Warner Brothers, the entertainment giant, reporting a significant decline in network advertising. Would have been worse without Barbie, apparently. And those are some of the company stories we're following this hour. I'm Denise Pellegrini, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Matt Miller and Paul Sweeney here with you in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. Looking at these markets here, a little bit of a sell-off, not much happening. The S&P is off only about 3 points. The Dow's off about 0.1%. The NASDAQ about the same here. Yields a little bit lower here. The 10-year Treasury is off 4 basis points, 4.52% on your 10-year. Crude oil off yet again, another 2.3%, $75.50 a barrel for WTI crude oil. Boy, we were just above 90 pretty recently as well. Gold also off about 0.8%, $1,953 per ounce for gold. With our news in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Paul and Matt. It is Ivanka Trump's turn to take the witness stand in the civil fraud trial of former President Donald Trump's family business. His eldest daughter is testifying today. She has already arrived at the Manhattan courthouse and is on the witness stand. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is wrapping up his 2-day visit to Japan today, where he attended a G7 foreign ministers meeting dominated by the Israel-Hamas war. Blinken spoke at a news conference in Tokyo this morning.
Israel has repeatedly told us that there is no going back to October 6th before the barbaric attacks by Hamas. We fully agree. As we work with Israel to ensure this, we also are working in the region to deter broader threats to our partners and to our friends.
Secretary Blinken heads next to Seoul and New Delhi. Meanwhile, thousands of Palestinians are fleeing south on foot with only what they can carry after running out of food and water in the north. Israel says its troops are battling Hamas militants deep inside Gaza City. In Tuesday's elections, voters in Ohio said yes to a proposal to enshrine abortion rights in the state's constitution. Virginia State House will be fully in Democratic control. 2 races involving incumbent governors were decided. Democrat Andy Beshear won a second term in Kentucky with more than 52%. Beshear spoke to supporters in Louisville last night.
Tonight, Kentucky made a choice. A choice not to move to the right or to the left, but to move forward for every single family.
In Mississippi, Republican incumbent Tate Reeves spoke to his supporters.
I want to thank someone that I spoke with just a few minutes ago, President Donald J. Trump.
Reeves beat Democrat Brandon Presley 52 to 47%. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Paul and Matt.
Michael Barr, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Matt, you weren't kidding. According to I'm looking at this note you just gave me, this news report. Global wine production has fallen this year to its lowest level since 1961 as vineyards were pummeled by extreme weather events. The International Organization of Vine and Wine said, I didn't know there was such a thing, said Tuesday.
Yeah, so output, I don't know what a hectoliter is, but apparently output reached 244.1 million hectoliters. And that is down 7% from last year, according to this International Organization of Vine and Wine. I'd never heard of them either until I think I heard it on the BBC yesterday. So I dug it up because I was interviewing David Duncan, the CEO of Silver Oak.
Nice, good grape.
Very good wine, right? I actually went to dinner with him last night, and it's a bummer that I quit drinking last year.
Yeah,
so
bad choice there.
He had
some life choices you got to reconsider.
He had like 5 or 6 different bottles, and he was explaining everything to, the group. But my wife is 9 months pregnant, and I don't drink anymore, at least for now. So I didn't get to try any of it, but I was like salivating. Anyway, he told me that the problem is the El Nino effect in the south, in the southern hemisphere, has hit wine-growing countries like Chile, Argentina, Brazil, and also Australia, and their good wines crops are going to be down 10 to 30%. But he said the Napa, the California wines, are going to be, as I told you before, he said the best vintage in his 20-year career in Napa.
The forest fires and stuff like that. Like I've heard it might not taste great because of all the
I feel
ashes
like
of the
down
fire.
the line that makes it even better.
I don't know. We'll have to take it out. Italy lost the title of top world producer as its output fell 12%. France is now #1 in wine production.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
Why were the economists so wrong? What are the economists getting wrong?
Isn't this a slam dunk time to buy U.S. Treasuries?
Soft landing, hard landing, no landing. I don't know.
True. What the heck does that mean?
I don't know.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
We're going to be in an environment with higher rates for longer.
The 5-day in-office work week is effectively dead.
It's definitely a good sign that we're not ready to land this economy just yet.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, we're going to preview earnings after the close today from the Walt Disney Company. Geetha Ranganathan, she is the media analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. She's going to join us and preview that. A little card talk here today. Why not? Philip Richter, president at Hollowbrook Wealth Management. He's going to join us to talk about investing and maybe even cars. Crypto chat, Matt Dines, CIO at Build Asset Management. He's discussed the launch of their Bitcoin-backed private credit fund and how it's a unique vehicle in the space here. So we got a lot to cover in the upcoming hour. Plus, we'll keep you updated on all those markets. And we're going to start it off with Mr. Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much, Paul Sweeney. You mentioned Disney after the bell. Stock little change right now, down by about 0.2%. And, of course, more with our Geetha Ranganathan coming up here on Bloomberg Markets. Stocks lower. We started higher on the day, but right now the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. An 11-point drop right now on the S&P, down by about 0.3%. Dow Industrials down 107, decline there of 0.3%. NASDAQ lower by 40, a drop there of 0.3%. So the 7-day run for the S&P coming to a halt as of now. Again, the S&P down by 0.3%. 10-year yield 4.53% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.91%. Spot gold down 0.8%, $19.54 the ounce. Crude, another major story today with another move lower. West Texas Intermediate down 2.1%, $75.76. Brent, the global benchmark, back below $80 a barrel, $79.97 right now for a barrel of Brent, also down by just about 2%. Well, certainly one of the ongoing questions for investors is whether we have seen the peak in 10-year yields. Chuck Lieberman is Chief Investment Officer at Advisors Capital Management, and he was the guest this morning on Surveillance.
At 4.5%, which is roughly where we are right now, investors earn a 2.5% yield above the Fed's 2% target, and that would be normal. But the Fed is not at a 2% yet. The economy is not at 2%. So I think it's premature to think that rates have peaked and are now in a downtrend.
And again, 10-year right now, 4.53%. You can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. Under Armour has cut its full-year revenue forecast, citing weaker demand in its home market of North America in the second half of the fiscal year. But Under Armour shares, they are advancing today. Right now, we've got Under Armour up by 4.2%. And Roblox, the video game platform popular among teenagers, surged after reporting third-quarter bookings and revenue that far exceeded Wall Street's expectations. We've got Roblox up now by 14.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Matt Miller, Paul Sweeney, we are live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. Head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Radio. And Bloomberg is now in your dashboard with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. It gives you access to every Bloomberg podcast, live audio feeds from Bloomberg Radio, print stories from Bloomberg News in audio form, and the latest headlines at the click of a button with Bloomberg News Now. How do you get it? Well, it's free with the latest version of the Bloomberg Business app. That's the Bloomberg Business app. Get it on your phone in the Apple App Store or on Google Play. Just download the app, connect your phone to your car, and boom, get started. It's all presented by our sponsor, Interactive Brokers.
Paul, I find it very cool.
Yes.
Because, you know, I've been using Apple CarPlay for years, and there's only a handful of apps that show up on the car on your dashboard. You know, and I've always wondered what needs to be
Connection
done
lost.
to get your app on there? I still don't know the answer, but I guess that somebody at Bloomberg Media was in negotiations with Apple. But it's so cool now because I have my thing set up so I have Waze.
Yep.
That way, I use it as navigation. Plus, I can see where the cops are hiding and if there's a red light camera, for example. And then I have
They highlight the red light cameras. And
yeah,
stuff?
yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I want to avoid those things.
And
then I have and then I
Scat
have,
Pack.
I guess, like my music app there.
Yep.
And now I have the Bloomberg app right on my car dashboard. So I put my phone then in the pocket. I don't even touch it.
Nope.
I do everything in the car. I think it's so cool.
You're such right on top of things, cutting edge of technology.
And I
You
listen
are.
to Bloomberg News Now, which Nathan Hager does that. He gives you the top headlines, but for me, it's too short.
You want more Nathan Hager?
It's only 4.5 minutes.
That's
I got
work
an
for him.
hour-long commute, buddy. You know, who has a 4.5-minute commute? Nobody.
So an hour commute, you can hold my beer.
We
my
need
friend.
News Now to be, like at least 15 minutes.
Okay. All right. Well, I think you know somebody around here who can get things done.
I keep saying this so that Colin can hear it, but I just saw him walk
exactly.
by and he's clearly not listening.
Clearly not listening. All right, let's see what's happening in these markets. We've turned a little bit negative here, but we've got lots of earnings, lots of company stuff out there. Bailey Lipschultz covers the equity markets for us. He joins us here in our Bloomberg studio. What are you looking at, Bailey?
Yeah, S&P down near the day's lows, which it hit right after noon. Worst performer in the
Bummer.
S&P 500. Warner Brothers Discovery, ticker WBD, right now down 16%, dragging down Paramount Global, ticker PARA, 7.7%. The two worst performers of the S&P 500. We talked about it a
Funny,
few
Merrill
hours
Lynch or
ago.
Bank of America just downgraded Paramount a day or two ago. Double downgrade from like buy to sell or something like that.
So why? Why are Warner Brothers and Paramount down?
Earnings for Warner Brothers dropping. Ad revenue in traditional TV business fell 12% in the third quarter. That hits, obviously, profitability.
I just don't understand. Why isn't that automatically made up by ad revenue and
cord cutting, dude. It's cord cutting.
and yeah, but they have streaming services.
It's
like
not
as the
enough
linear
making up-
TV business goes downhill, you need to be boosting up your revenue from the streaming.
They are, but it's not happening that way.
Yeah.
And they can't tell you when or if it's going to happen that way. That's the bigger issue.
Well, then I don't want to own the stock.
There you go.
They did have a
Reasons why.
positive surprise, though. Their direct-to-consumer unit, which includes Max, I still call it HBO Max, reported a surprise profit, adjusted earnings of $111 million before interest, tax, the whole EBITDA thing.
And analysts were expecting a big loss.
Loss of $125 million. So,
By the way,
small bright spot.
Paul, why would they have changed HBO?
Politics.
What, they merged it with Skinamax? That's how, and then they
red
decided to
states-
use the lesser known brand?
The red states don't like HBO. They think it's Hollywood elite. Not kidding.
Really? Because
Really.
to me,
So you take one of
HBO is
the
like
best-
one of the most vaunted brands, right?
Exactly right. Exactly right.
That is so weird.
Yep. There you go.
Makes no sense.
It doesn't. Actually, you know what? It makes a lot of sense. So the HBO Max subs had kind of plateaued. So they said, why is it plateaued? Why aren't we adding more? Somebody pointed out, hey, half the country thinks HBO is global Hollywood elite, and they'll never do it. Okay, we'll change the name.
So that's working out, though.
I think so. Yeah, we'll see. It's good. It's all good.
All right, and Paramount, what, down in sympathy or?
Down in sympathy. We're seeing the entire kind of industry.
Oh, look, the market just took another leg lower. Now, because I have a live GIP, a live graph on my screen, I wanted to see another rally. What a streak, right? What is it? We had 7 days in a row of gains on the S&P 500. That's the longest in 2 years?
Longest in 2 years. Looking like it'll come to an end, obviously. We still have just under 4 hours of trading, but it does seem like some of that weakness we're seeing among the biggest drags in the S&P 500. You can look that up using the MOV function. Amazon, Tesla, Meta, and Gilead, followed by Warner Brothers Digital. So when you're seeing kind of this bifurcation, big word, among big tech stocks with Microsoft and NVIDIA up, you are still seeing, just given the weight of those the rest of the Magnificent Seven weighing on major averages right now.
All right, very good. Bailey Lipschultz, thanks so much. We appreciate that. Matt, you were just asking Bailey about what's going on in the media business. I mean, he doesn't know anything. I'll tell you who does know. Sorry, Bailey. I'll tell you who does know is our next guest. That's who you should be asking, Geetha Ranganathan. She covers the media industry for Bloomberg Intelligence. So, Geetha, Matt is asking a great question. Why are these stocks going down so much? I mean, can't the streaming stuff offset the decline in maybe the cord-cutting households that aren't paying for their cable subscription anymore?
Yeah, sadly, Paul, it looks like it can't because, Warner Brothers Discovery, as you guys were just discussing, basically just kitchen sinked their whole outlook for 2024. TV advertising is in the doldrums. There is no way that they're going to have a quick reversal on that anytime soon, especially with these strikes kind of dragging out forever. We're heading towards kind of a recession. Basically what they said is don't expect anything miraculous to happen on the TV ad front. And yes, streaming profitability. Now, this is a company that's actually done really well when it comes to streaming profits. They've been able to curb content costs pretty effectively, marketing expenses. They were the ones to say that we don't want the streaming wars turning into the spending wars. We want to be really careful. We want to be disciplined. And they have. Nobody was expecting them to actually post a profit. They have posted a profit. But this is really small potatoes. I mean, it's peanuts compared to their TV business. Their TV business throws out something like $9 to $9.5 billion in EBITDA every year. You have $100 million in streaming profits. It's just not going to cut it.
So what does this mean for, the traditional linear television like NBC, CBS, ABC, Bloomberg TV, the big four, as I refer to us? Are those businesses, like, they have to transform to streaming or they're done?
Yeah, I mean, it's a train wreck, Matt. I mean, we were thinking like this was going to be a slow drip. Unfortunately, it's not. I mean, this is like an avalanche right now. Pay TV subscriber losses are kind of elevated. They're intensifying. And the longer and longer you don't have fresh content. So as these strikes kind of drag on, you don't have fresh content. Content production is at a standstill. You're basically training the customer or you're training the viewer to go away from linear TV to streaming. And so Netflix now is your default viewing option. And that's what the whole of the media landscape is kind of contending with. So, there's no way to kind of reinvigorate TV ad sales at this point. And of course, affiliate revenue is in decline too. So the slow drip is just now a very, very quick bleed.
Wow. All right, so the big daddy of them all tonight, Walt Disney Company, they report their numbers, their results after the close tonight. What are you looking for?
So that's, we kind of are looking at this bloodbath across the media landscape right now. I would argue that Disney actually should be a little bit insulated from this because you kind of just look at their profit profile. I mean, this is one of the most diversified companies. Yes, a lot of the talk has centered around what they're doing with their TV assets, what they're doing with ESPN, what they're doing with ABC. But if you just kind of look at the company, 75%, Paul, of their operating income this year is going to come from the parks. Wow. So one would argue that this is really not a TV mainstay, right? This is a very, very well-diversified media conglomerate, which should not be punished like the rest of the media world. But still, I mean, they still are contending with the same headwinds. It's the linear TV headwinds. We're going to be looking again for that streaming profits number. Now, this business actually posted $4 billion in losses last year. That's probably going to narrow down pretty significantly this year. But I think the street is going to be looking for more than that. They're going to be looking for some kind of a more specific timeline on when Bob Iger can actually turn the ship, can actually make streaming profitable. And maybe he does have something to say. Maybe that whole Hulu consolidation is going to help with that. Who knows? So we're going to have to wait and watch.
So what do you think about Hugh Johnston coming into Disney? Is this a big deal? He's the Pepsi CFO who just recently was brought in to be the CFO. And is he seen as possibly the successor to Bob Iger now?
I think it was a really interesting move. I think when we've kind of thought about Disney and we've kind of looked at Disney's history, they typically haven't really gone external when it comes to kind of, at least the C-suite talent. So I think it was definitely an interesting move. Of course, we still have 2 more years left on, Bob Iger's contract. He has till the end of, 2026. So there is time for him, still to kind of come up with. I don't know if he's really looking at Johnston as a key contender, or he's still kind of trying to build the bench out there. But yeah, I would definitely say it was a very interesting move for them to kind of go external.
Geetha, Bob Iger, I think surprised, shocked a lot of investors, a lot of analysts, including myself, and he said several months ago he'd consider selling ABC television network, maybe selling all or part of ESPN, i.e. kind of getting out of some of those linear TV businesses, which for 40, 50 years have been the core of one of the cores of the Walt Disney Company. Is he going to have any updates on that process tonight?
Yeah, Yeah, that's kind of been a little bit in limbo, Paul. So yeah, he made those comments, and then we got some little bit of news tidbits here and there about Nexstar kind of being interested. Byron Allen said he was interested. We never really heard any update after that. The valuation for those assets could go anywhere. Just for the ABC network and the stations could be anywhere from about $5 to $7 billion, maybe even higher. Obviously, Disney would look for a much higher price. Again, we really haven't heard anything. And then, of course, ESPN is the big burning question. Obviously, they are kind of putting their house in order, at least when it comes to ESPN, because they have released, standalone financials for the very first time. So we definitely kind of get a peek under the hood into kind of the profitability metrics, into where, the revenue is, the growth rates and all of that good stuff. But again, we really don't know what the future is going to hold, whether they're going to be able to attract that minority investment, as Bob Iger has said he wanted to do.
It feels like one of the jobs for Bob Iger when he came back was to try to quell some of the political unrest surrounding the Walt Disney Company in Florida, for example, with the governor. Quite frankly, it seems to have died down. Where are we on that front?
Yeah, I agree with you, Paul. I think it has definitely died down. I mean, his headaches now are much, much bigger than Florida. I mean, he has so many, moving pieces, so many balls to juggle, but they're all more, I think, focused right now on kind of the strategic direction for the company and any near-term catalyst that can kind of really shake up the stock price a little bit, because it's kind of been languishing right now. I mean, all through the year for the most part.
And there's some activist investors around Disney. Isn't that right?
Yes, Nelson Peltz has resurfaced again. This is his second go at Disney. He's built up a considerable stake, so he has about a 2.5 billion stake. But I'm not really sure, Paul, what he necessarily brings to the table. I mean, if you kind of look at Bob Iger and his plan, he definitely has one plan. He has a plan. He knows where the company is headed. He knows what he needs to do. Obviously, it's going to take time. It can't happen overnight. I mean, one could argue that having this kind of activist on your heels might probably make him do things a little bit quicker. It probably increases scrutiny, but I'm not so sure what else necessarily adds to this.
All right, Geetha Ranganathan, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Talking all things media, including Mickey Mouse reporting some numbers after the close tonight. So we'll see what they can do for us here. Are you a Disney theme park person?
The last time I went to the Disney theme park, I was 12.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I went to Euro Disney when I was 18. Okay. But in protest, I sat outside in the bar. I remember realizing they served 300 different, international beers.
Nice.
And my parents wanted to bring my little siblings. I thought I was too old and too cool.
Too cool, right.
So, and also since I was in France, I was legally allowed to drink. So I said, Mom, I'm just going to sit this one out.
Chill.
Yeah.
Okay.
Knock back some.
The only time
beers.
I've been to the parks from Disney is when on analyst days, investor days, when they shut down the park and they let the analysts kind of go and ride the rides over and over and over and over.
I mean,
That's
I would
the
love
only
to
way
do
to
that.
go.
That would be awesome.
And we did that in Shanghai, which was also cool.
Very cool.
Yeah. All right. Very good stuff. We're going to have more coming up. S&P off about 0.3%. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news right now with Denise Pellegrini.
Yeah, we've got this breaking news. Eli Lilly's diabetes drug has been approved for weight loss. You were talking about this possibility earlier. It looks like it's named Zepbound. We'll be tracking that all day. And of course, we'll be talking about this for weeks here on Bloomberg Radio. Shares of Roblox, they are up about 14% now. The video game platform maker popular among teens, posting third quarter bookings and revenue that exceeded estimates. Cruise recalling its automated driving system. Parent GM watching closely. More from Bloomberg's Joan Doniger.
Cruise submitted the voluntary recall earlier this month after California suspended the company's permit to operate driverless vehicles in the state over its handling of the incident. The recall affects 950 automated driving systems, according to documents posted to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration's website today. Cruise says in certain circumstances, its driverless software may have led its vehicles to try to pull over out of traffic when they should have stayed put. That was the case on October 2nd when a separate car hit a pedestrian and propelled the person into the path of a Cruise robotaxi. After initially coming to a stop, Cruise's vehicle attempted to pull over and dragged the person about 20 feet. Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, thank you, Joan. And shares of General Motors, Cruise parent, they are down just about 2%, it looks like right now, 2.5%. And Hyundai looking for a place in the U.S. to build a plant to make flying taxis. Hyundai's air mobility division, Supernal, planning to unveil a prototype at this coming January's CES in Vegas. And the thing will be apparently capable of flying at about 120 miles an hour. Those are some of the company stories we're following this hour.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. That powerful November rally for the S&P 500 index has come to a halt today. After 7 up days, we are now looking at a down day for the U.S. stock market, with the S&P down 12 now, 43.66. It is down by about 0.3%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 107, a decline right now of 0.3%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is down 46 points, a drop right now of 0.3%. 10-year yield 4.52%, with a 2-year that's yielding 4.91%. Spot gold down $16 the ounce to $19.53, while West Texas Intermediate crude down again today, falling 2.4%. WTI 75.47 a barrel. Brent, the global benchmark, below $80 now, 79.71. Walt Disney is expected to report a return to subscriber growth for its flagship Disney Plus streaming service and overall earnings growth in its fiscal fourth quarter. Disney does report today after the close of trading. And with a look ahead, Geetha Raghunathan is an analyst with Bloomberg Intelligence. She was interviewed moments ago right here on Bloomberg Markets.
We're going to be looking again for that streaming profits number. Now, this business actually posted $4 billion in losses last year. That's probably going to narrow down pretty significantly this year, but I think the street is going to be looking for more than that. They're going to be looking for some kind of a more specific timeline on when Bob Iger can actually turn the ship, can actually make streaming profitable. And maybe he does have something to say. You know, maybe that whole Hulu consolidation is going to help with that. Who knows? So we're going to have to wait and watch.
And ahead of the report, Disney shares down now by 0.5%. Citigroup down 1%. It has been ordered to pay $25.9 million in fines and redress for illegally discriminating against credit card applicants that the bank identified as Armenian American. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thanks very much. Charlie Pelt there with your Bloomberg Business Flash. Matt Miller here in the Interactive Brokers studio with Paul Sweeney. We welcome Philip Richter here, president of Hollowbrook Wealth Management, who I know from a car show that he puts on out in Bedford. And I want to talk with Philip a little bit about the markets, but also a little bit about cars and collections, because
I'd rather talk about like that again, the car market, the art market, because interest rates are higher, right?
Yes.
Yep. It's not just, interest rates higher, bond prices lower, things, other stuff goes lower, right? I mean, it impacts valuations for everything, right?
I mean, I don't know. Well, Philip, let's ask you. What do higher interest rates do to the collector car market?
So at Hollowbrook, we work with a lot of art collectors and car collectors, so we stay very close to this market. And what's happening is this bifurcation. You're reading about the art market's down 24% year to date. We've got this unbelievable auction this evening, Emily Fisher Landau's collection, in beautiful collection of art. These are Rothkos, the best Rothkos, the best, the best of the best. The Jasper Johns and so forth. These will sell for big money, right? These are not that lower tier or mid tier art. This is the best. It will not come to market again.
So when you say art market is down 24%, that doesn't include this kind of art.
I think it's bifurcating, and we're seeing the same thing in the collector car world, right? The GTO that's going to be auctioned in a few days
at Sotheby's on Monday.
Sotheby's.
Yeah.
Yep. And then the big auction in Vegas that RM Sotheby's having. There are 2 Mercedes-Benz CLK GTRs being auctioned in Vegas. You never see those cars come up for sale, let alone 2. So these are the best of the best, and whether the Dow's at 34,000 or 5,000, there is a market for these cars because they will not come back to auction in a long time.
All right, so interest rates have basically no effect on, the GTO, which is, by the way, if you've seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off,
yes.
right? That's the car. Oh. I mean, that wasn't a real one, obviously, that they pushed out the back window of his dad's garage. But
that was a California Spider.
Yeah,
right?
And at the time, that was also one of the most expensive cars ever sold. I think I remember hearing when I was a kid that it was going for like $14 million. Now we're expecting a price of more than twice that from the Sotheby's auction on Monday. Doesn't matter. When someone buys these cars, she or he doesn't care if rates are 0 or 10, right?
Yeah, well, I think it does matter. I mean, interest rates affect everything. They affect equities, they affect real assets. I think there's a lag effect, right? It takes time. We had 10 years of free money, of QE, and suddenly we're in a different environment. We had cheap energy. We didn't have geopolitical conflicts to speak of. We had globalization going gangbusters, and now suddenly we're in a different world of a 4.5% to 5% 10-year. This takes time to meander through the system. What I'm saying is the best of the best, a GTO or a Calder that Emily Fisher Landau bought years ago, those are different. That's a different ballgame.
By the way, tell us about the GTO. I mean, there's the one I mentioned in the movie. There's
that was a California Spider, actually.
Okay, so I think also Nick Mason has a GTO.
Yep.
Right?
It's a club.
Who's Nick Mason?
The drummer for Pink Floyd.
Thank you.
He also is a big car collector and has, I think, a fund that people have invested in. Why is Ferrari GTO, like, why is that the top?
It's the single most iconic car that Ferrari ever built. Most of them were raced.
And when did they build it, more or less?
In the early 60s, 62, 63, 64 time. And yeah, the styling of it is just outrageous. When you see a GTO, it doesn't look like any other car on the road or any other Ferrari for that matter. Its folklore is growing by leaps and bounds every day with Ferrari's popularity and Ferrari's mystique, the Ford versus Ferrari movie. The GTO is really the nucleus of what Enzo Ferrari wanted to do, and the GTO is unique because it was a car you could drive to the track and you could race and be competitive in the car, very competitive. So it's a incredibly unique asset.
Right,
and this one that's for sale at Sotheby's, I think the numbers are going to be unbelievable.
Who's selling? Do we know who owns it now?
Yeah, the owner is known. I think he's a gentleman from Ohio. I read the article. I forget who.
Okay.
The great state of Ohio.
The great state of Ohio.
I believe so, somewhere in the Midwest.
So I went to the Concours d'Elegance at Pebble Beach for many, many, many years. This past year, for example, were the proceeds up or down, or they don't care as well?
So I will tell you, I was there. I spoke on a panel, and I spent the weekend in Monterey, and I walked all the
Carmel.
auction houses. I went to Gooding, I went to RM, and I will tell you the quality of cars that are coming on the market, so high. The Gooding auction in particular, I mean, some of the vehicles they had there are things that haven't been seen in years. And you wonder, like, where have all these cars been? Why are they coming out of the woodwork now? They're coming out of the woodwork now because markets are high, valuations are high. It's a global market now, and they can realize incredible
It is a global
prices.
market because, I mean, we lived in Carmel for a long time. Sleepy little town, tourist town. But during the concourse, it is like the United Nations. I mean, people speaking every different language walking down Ocean Avenue.
Do car collectors get the same kind of respect that art collectors have? I always thought as a kid it was crazy that somebody would pay more for a picture of flowers that a guy named Van Gogh painted than they would pay for a Ferrari. Like, you can't drive a painting, right?
Well, Matt, that's changing now. I think collector cars are becoming a legitimate asset class that people want to own. You can enjoy them. You can share. For example, the GTO, the celebrities and the level of people that own GTOs, they get together socially, and they do drives together. And there are things worldwide. They ship the cars all over the world, and they drive through Venice or wherever they go to Sicily. They do all of that. So there's a social component to this that doesn't really, I think, exist as much in the art world, although it's obviously very social too. But I think the collector car world is moving up as an industry, as a legitimate asset category. And if the electric drive phenomenon accelerates, a lot of these cars, you know, these intricate, beautiful V12 handcrafted devices, that's not going to be being made anymore, right? We're going to have electric appliances.
Do you think that day's going to come?
I think we're a long way off.
I do too.
I think their electric cars have a place in certain applications. In Florida, great. You know, you got clean power, and you've got good temperatures, but long haul, northeast, cold temperatures, it's not a total solution.
Like, are your Ferrari and Lamborghinis? I mean, they're not going to make electric vehicles, are they?
They are going to make electric vehicles, yeah. And they might be...
knuckleheads that like those cars, it's the sound.
Yeah,
like.
it's not only the sound, it's the vibrations, it's the smell, and for Philip, I'm sure it's the hand-built...
It's the engineering.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, a V12 Ferrari motor is one of the most beautiful things to behold if you're an engineer and you like machinery. Incredible miracle device under the hood.
Are there more ways for investors to get into this asset class other than going to a Sotheby's auction and buying, you know, a GTO or a Mercedes?
There's a lot of on-ramps to the car world. I mean, I was just going to mention, Bring a Trailer has really revolutionized the access to the market globally. So there are some fantastic cars being sold on Bring a Trailer at all budgets. So you can buy the single best Volkswagen Cabriolet in the world and wait on Bring a Trailer and find it, or you can buy a Duesenberg on Bring a Trailer.
We only have a minute left, Philip, and I want you to tell us about the Turtle Invitational, because I went to what I believe is the fourth
Turtle Invitational.
Turtle Invitational. That's the car show that he puts on in Bedford. Tell us about it.
So the Turtle Invitational 4 is a biennial event. We do it every other year. It benefits the Malcolm Prey Achievement Center in Bedford, New York. Malcolm Prey was one of the first Porsche, Audi, Volkswagen dealers in the United States in Greenwich. We do great things for kids there, teaching them entrepreneurial pursuits and enlightening them to new pursuits. And I decided to have a really special collector car event that would honor Malcolm Prey's legacy, but also raise money for his charity and awareness.
When is it?
It's in September, late September, every other year. So we're September 21st, 2025, and you can go to the website, turtleinvitational.com. There's more info there.
Okay, I know a couple of the Sweeney offspring that would be interested in that. I have a couple of car
it's very cool.
My offspring, that's what happens when you spend a lot of time in Carmel, California. Philip Richter, thank you so much for joining us. Philip Richter is the president of Hollowbrook Wealth Management, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. A little bit of red on the screen in here. S&P off about 0.3%. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. We'll get world and national news with Nancy Lyons.
Thanks, Paul. Donald Trump's daughter Ivanka is testifying today in New York's civil fraud suit against the family business. She follows her brothers Donald Jr. and Eric, who testified last week, and the former president, who testified on Monday. She's been outlining how she had no role in her father's financial statements. But ahead of today's proceedings, New York Attorney General Letitia James said Ivanka may not face charges, but she was involved.
Ivanka Trump secured, negotiated loans
to obtain favorable terms based on fraudulent statements of financial condition.
James alleges Donald Trump fraudulently inflated his net worth in order to win favorable loans from banks. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and top diplomats from the Group of Seven appear united on the Israel-Hamas war. Today, they condemned Hamas and expressed support for Israel's right to self-defense. Blinken says the only way to ensure this crisis never happens again is to begin setting conditions for a durable peace and stability.
The United States believes key elements should include no forcible displacement of Palestinians from Gaza. Not now, not after the war. No use of Gaza as a platform for terrorism or other violent attacks. No reoccupation of Gaza after the conflict ends. No attempt to blockade or besiege Gaza. No reduction in the territory of Gaza.
Blinken also reiterated that the U.S. supports humanitarian pauses in the conflict. The war and anti-Semitism are expected to come up tonight during the third GOP debate. 5 candidates have qualified for this face-off. Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, tech entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy, and Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
1240 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. S&P 500 index is pushing lower after notching its longest winning run in 2 years, 7 in a row, and getting closer to the key 4,400 mark. Right now we've got the S&P at 43.68. The S&P is down 9 points now after an earlier advance. The S&P down by 0.2%. Dow Industrials down 96, a decline of 0.3%. The Nasdaq Composite Index is down 37, a drop right now of 0.3%. The 10-year's at 4.53%. The 2-year 4.92%. Spot gold down $16 the ounce to $19.52, a decline of 0.8%. Crude, big story today, continues its decline. West Texas Intermediate now at 75.11 a barrel, down by 2.9%. Brent, the global benchmark, 79.37 barrel of Brent, down now by 2.7%. Bottom line, it is a down day. Kara Murphy is Chief Investment Officer at Kestra Investment Management. And right here on Bloomberg Markets this morning, she told us she does see the stock market gains continuing.
You know, the downside that we saw in September and October was sort of right along lines of typical seasonal patterns. And now the rally into November has been right along kind of typical patterns. Now, it happened pretty fast and sharp. So I wouldn't be surprised if the market takes a bit of a breather here, but we feel pretty good over the next couple of months.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Tape podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Warner Brothers Discovery tumbled after the entertainment giant reported a significant decline in network advertising as a result of the Hollywood strikes and the ongoing bleeding of traditional TV subscribers. Shares of Warner Brothers Discovery after its earnings report. Right now, we do have the stock trading lower. It is down by about 0.8%. Disney after the bell. Disney shares now down by 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Matt Miller, Paul Sweeney live here on Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. And we are streaming live on YouTube. So head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Radio. Well, you know, on this program that we like to talk about private credit. We like to talk about Bitcoin. So how about a private credit fund backed solely by Bitcoin? How about that? Our next guest, he can tell us about that. Matt Dines joins us. He's the CIO of Build Asset Management. Matt, thanks so much for joining us here via Zoom. What is the Build Secured Income Fund? Describe that for us.
Yeah, so Build Secured Income Fund is a unique offering, I would say. You just talked about the intersection between two kind of really emergent areas, both private credit and Bitcoin. We're a credit-focused asset manager that is leaning in and excited about the growth and opportunity, leaning into the Bitcoin space and utilizing Bitcoin as a collateral asset.
So what's it? Just describe to us the type of investing you guys do.
Yeah. So our group was looking uncomfortably at the developments of fixed income credit ever since the GFC. And we saw this key portfolio building block in credit and fixed income of the last 3 to 4 decades start to break down in its ability to hold purchasing power. So the stats and indicators were not good. We can go into them if we want, but you know, throughout the 2010s, no managers, you know, your house names were offering what we saw our partners and clients would need to address this big problem. So we built it ourselves.
All right. So your fund invests in over-collateralized consumer and business loans that are backed by Bitcoin?
Correct.
I didn't know there were such loans out there.
This is unique with our partners Unchained out of Austin, Texas. So they've been around since 2016, 2017. You know, quietly, you have not heard them yet make front page headlines. I think that will change. The front page in this kind of emergent growth sector, if you will, has primarily gotten the attention of, like, if it bleeds, it leads. So if you blow up or if you fail here to build on this technology, you've gotten the headline. So if you fail, you're up front. But our partners Unchained, have really moved the ground in doing both collaborative custody in the right way and also lending in the right way. So it does exist. It's been around since 2016, 2017, but Unchained is the only player in this space who has survived multiple cycles. And as the growth continues, I think you'll start to see more headlines for the growth that's coming and who's surviving and thriving as opposed to blowing up.
So how many of these loans or security loans are out there, basically? How big is this market to date, i.e. a loan backed by Bitcoin? Just give a size of that market.
Yeah, it's probably about a 9-figure market. Unchained loan books is approaching that level. It's been at that levels at the high of the cycle. But within, the private credit industry itself, it's about $1 trillion. So we're a niche, a growing sliver, we think an attractive sliver to lend into. But right now it's about 9 figures, and we expect that to grow with the continued adoption of Bitcoin.
All right, so why is Bitcoin like better collateral than, say, I don't know, real estates or just real assets?
Yeah. Credit. Yeah, you can look for anything. You mentioned real estate there as your lender to put up as collateral. Like typically, private credit is lending into small and medium businesses that aren't able to tap public markets. So, you're looking at securing a loan with like a real estate project or, accounts receivable, something like that. But there's no liquid market on the back end to value that against. So when you get into a recovery process, like let's say you're in that adverse outcome where your lender can't make a interest or principal repayment, you need to go through the recovery process. So in your typical lending, you're within private credit, you might take months, quarters, years to go through that recovery process. It's expensive. You've got to pay the lawyers, and you might end up with recovery rates after all of that work, nickels, dimes, and quarters out of your dollar. With Bitcoin, we focus on originating very conservatively into the space, but when we liquidate, you're liquidating into a market that is global in trading, 24/7, offers final settlement without any trusted intermediaries. So minimal counterparty risk. You can liquidate when necessary in those adverse outcomes at full recovery. So dollar in, dollar out. As a lender, you like that. And settlement time can be minutes and seconds, not months, quarters, years. So this is something we think the market will gradually become aware of. But, for now, this niche of a niche is still, growing, and we're happy to be one of the first there.
Who is a typical borrower for this loan that is backed by Bitcoin, and kind of what's the collateral look like?
Yep. So just there will only ever be 21 million Bitcoin. The question is like whose balance sheets are they owned by at any one time? Right now, where this kind of process is on who owns the coins out there, it's very heavily institutional. But besides from that, it's already in the hands of like high net worth and family offices. And then you've seen some company adoption on the balance sheet. So a lot of us have heard and followed over the last 2 to 3 years the big index listed companies who've adopted Bitcoin as a balance sheet asset. So the banner carrier on that has been MicroStrategy. You've also seen companies like Square or Block and Tesla and others. You also see it from mid-sized and small businesses all the way down to like a family-owned business. So that is typically your borrower mix at this point who've leaned into it. It's primarily high net worth individuals, family office, and then companies who have chosen to use this as a balance sheet asset.
All right, fascinating niche of a niche. Matt Dines, CIO of Build Asset Management. Build Asset Management launched the Build Secured Income Fund, a private credit fund backed solely by Bitcoin. They launched that in September 2023. So go figure, another use case, if you will, or another business being built around the crypto space. I'm looking at Bitcoin right now. It's off just about 0.5% here, $35,300 for Bitcoin. So it's had a nice move once it broke above 35,000.
By the way, I'm just about to go over to the television set.
Very good for you.
Because at 1 o'clock today, we are going to broadcast an hour-long special of the crypto show.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Who do you got on there? Anybody
well, Kaylee. Most importantly,
that's it. Boom. I got
Kaylee Lyons is going to co-anchor from the Spy Museum in Washington, D.C., where they're holding the FinTech conference.
She gets to go everywhere. All right, very good. Check that out, an hour FinTech. We'll have more coming up here on Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news right now with Denise Pellegrini.
Well, we've got shares of Eli Lilly trading more than 1% higher. Diabetes drug tirzepatide has gained U.S. approval now for weight loss, and this will be under a new name, Zepbound. And this unlocks the blockbuster sales potential in a market, of course, that's expected to hit $100 billion by 2030, Paul. Disney reporting quarterly results later today. Lots to watch this time around, according to Bloomberg analyst Geetha Raghunathan.
You know, one of the things that we look for always with the media companies is the streaming profitability number. And of course, there is no streaming profitability just yet. But even if Disney can report narrower losses, I mean, that's a big win. So, of course, any commentary there. And then just kind of in light of the Warner Brother numbers and the kind of the comments on the, the challenges in the ad market, anything that Bob Iger has to offer in terms of, how ESPN is holding up, how the rest of the assets are holding up, the TV networks, of course, that could, kind of help assuage some of the fears. Because right now, of course, everybody's very, very nervous about the health of the media landscape.
Yes, so we'll see how this unfolds later today. We'll be tracking it live for you here on Bloomberg. Raghunathan there, analyst with Bloomberg Intelligence. And private equity pay hikes. How does a higher salary-based salary, more paid time off, Paul, gym discounts and travel insurance, on top of all the other regular perks sound to you? Because those are some of the benefits that private equity companies are offering junior employees now as retention tools. This is according to the data provider Preqin. It says people in junior and some mid-level positions are getting the biggest pay hikes in private equity right now. Those are some of the company stories we're following this hour.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Matt Miller and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Stocks selling off here towards the lows of the day. S&P off 0.25%. The NASDAQ off 0.3%, snapping that multi-day run we had of gains. Yields on a 10-year Treasury off about 3 basis points, 4.53%. On your 10-year, looking at WTI crude oil, off another 3% today. Now just sitting just below $75 per barrel, $74.98. How about that? What a big move we've seen on the downside for oil. Gold, it is off about 0.8%, $1,955 per ounce for gold. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. We'll get rolled in national news with Nancy Lyons.
Thanks, Paul. Israel says its troops have entered the middle of Gaza City as it continues its offensive against Hamas. Bloomberg's Roz Matheson is following Israel's latest military campaign.
They say, of course, that this area, this city, is really the stronghold for Hamas's forces, militant groups in the north of Gaza. But there are a lot of civilians there, obviously, also. So what we're seeing now is it move into a real ground war stage, street to street, potentially door-to-door fighting that's going to go on.
Again, Bloomberg's Roz Matheson. Meanwhile, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Tokyo meeting with leaders from the Group of 7 nations. He says they all want a break in the fighting to help those trapped in Gaza.
We all agreed that humanitarian pauses would advance key objectives to protect Palestinian civilians, to increase the sustained flow of humanitarian assistance, to allow our citizens and foreign nationals to exit, and to facilitate the release of hostages.
Blinken also spoke of Gaza's future and says it's imperative the Palestinian people be central to governance in Gaza and that there be no reduction in their territory. Results are in on yesterday's elections. Kentucky's Democratic Governor Andy Beshear won a second term in a red state. Democrats saw gains in Virginia, winning both chambers. And on abortion, Ohio voters enshrined the right to abortion into the state constitution. Bloomberg's Bill Ferry says abortion is likely to play a big role in next year's contests.
For Democrats who have been really trying to get the party to focus on abortion rights, they're all seeing what they would call victories in Ohio, Kentucky, and even Virginia last night. And I think they're going to say that that is a positive way forward for them looking into 2024.
Again, Bloomberg's Bill Ferries. Tonight, the GOP presidential candidates will be holding their third debate, with 5 taking the stage. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg. Now back to you, Paul and Matt.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Matt Miller, Paul Sweeney here in our Bloomberg studio. Ken Shea, the consumer products analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, or as I like to refer to him, our weed guy at Bloomberg Intelligence. He's out with a note talking about Ohio. And Ohio's vote to legalize recreational marijuana may send a message to Washington to heed the rising call to do so nationally. The state's voters on November 7th approved a measure to allow adults 21 and over to buy and possess up to 2.5 ounces of cannabis flower. Florida voters are set to consider recreational sales in November 2024. And Ken Shea goes on to write, Ohio voters' November 7th decision to legalize cultivation and sale of recreational marijuana sales is a significant victory for the regulated industry in the U.S., we believe, given the state's size and political influence in Washington. The Ohio lawmakers have warned that they would intercede by changing or repealing the initiative. The state is poised to become the 24th in the country to legalize adult-use cannabis. Ohio is the nation's 7th most populous state with 11.8 million residents. If the voter initiative is enacted, legal cannabis sales in Ohio could exceed $1.6 billion in 2027, up from $479 million in 2022. That's according to market data tracker BDSA. Leading marijuana producers in the state, which allows medical use, include Cresco Labs and Green Thumb Industries. So good news for Matt Miller and his friends in the great state of Ohio, allowing weed. Who doesn't? Was the 24th state, so just continues to move along. Looking at these markets here, S&P 500 off 0.25%. Same for NASDAQ. Sound on with Joe Matthew in Washington, D.C. That starts right now.
from our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
Two major stories that we're following here developing before our eyes.
What does it say about Trump's influence on the Republican Party?
What can the Biden administration do on its own to support Israel?
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
The Republican caucus is at war with itself. Members of Congress would have a press conference every day if somebody would cover that.
There is bipartisan support for Israel.
This is one of the big ones we only see once every decade or 2 decades in the Middle East.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
9 days to a possible government shutdown and no breakthrough yet on a plan to avoid it. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as the Speaker spars with the Senate Majority Leader over funding the government's operations, Israel, Ukraine funding, and a lot more where that came from. We're joined in a moment by Congressman French Hill, the Republican from Arkansas, serves on the Financial Services, Foreign Affairs, and Intelligence Committees, and is at the center of the debate over funding, as well as the one around renewing the government's warrantless spying powers. We'll have the representative here live from Capitol Hill in just a moment. It was a big night for Democrats, a big election night, of course. We'll look at Dem victories from Virginia to Kentucky to Ohio with our signature panel. Of course, a lot to discuss, as always, with Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis. We'll keep you posted as well on Wall Street trading throughout the hour because we do want to start immediately in our conversation with Congressman French Hill, who is with us from Capitol Hill. Congressman, it's great to see you, and thank you for coming back to see us. Can you give us a status check here? You've got guys like me asking you about a potential shutdown every day as you try to figure out a plan on this, but it's getting awfully close. What do you know?
Well, Joe, it's good to be with you. Look, I've encouraged our speaker, our conference, we need to pass a stopgap continuing resolution for a period of time so that we can get the rest of these spending bills completed in the House and the Senate and go to conference and enact 2024 spending. I'm supportive of a variety of ways to do that. We could do one in a two-step manner, part of it in early December and the balance of it in January, do it all until January, but we need that time to go past the November 17th deadline. We lost a lot of time up here, Joe, messing around with just a handful of people kicking Kevin McCarthy out of his job. We've got to get those weeks of work back.
Well, that's right. And are you referring to this idea of the laddered CR, Congressman, in which there would be different expirations for various programs and agencies? Is that what's getting the most support in your conference?
Personally, I think simpler is better, and therefore I think a straightforward stopgap continuing resolution until, say, the third week of January is probably the best thing to do to not facilitate the Senate trying to jam the House with a giant omnibus spending bill before Christmas, as is the typical work of the Senate. I think that's the best approach. But the idea of a two-step approach could work if Senate Democrats and Senate Republicans want to do that. In other words, let's take defense, state and foreign operations, transportation, housing and urban development, consensus bills, and get those finished before December. But I think that takes both houses agreeing to want to do that.
What's the point of doing that? That would essentially set up the idea of multiple cliffs, wouldn't it, Congressman? And I feel like we've had enough to last us for a while.
Yeah. Well, look, we want to demonstrate that we don't want to have a government shutdown. So, in effect, the House would be funding government. They would just do that to try to provide an incentive to the Senate to move faster on the bills that they've already considered. That's the incentive. Another approach, Joe, would be simply to pass a continuing resolution through September 30th, 2024, and say that we're taking off the table a government shutdown and try to encourage the Senate to get their work done like that. We've passed 80% of spending here in the House. They've not yet completed their work in the Senate, but that's why we need this extra time.
Well, that's one matter that you're dealing with. Of course, we've talked as well, Congressman, about this supplemental budget request for Israel, for Ukraine. We've talked about attaching money for Taiwan and the border to that. That's actually the approach of the White House and the Senate. And it seems like that's being picked apart here in the House. At least that was the case for Israel money. Are you supporting the idea of bringing each of these to the floor separately, or will that be handled in conference and you'll have a very different looking bill that might include all of those matters? Because we're getting close to not only a government shutdown, but the idea of delaying money to Israel and Ukraine is making a lot of people nervous, Congressman, for a lot of good reasons.
Right. Well, of course, we passed nearly $4 billion of Israel defense spending over almost 5 weeks ago in the House. The Senate could have taken that bill up and passed it weeks ago, and we might not even be having this short-term concern about Israel. Last week, you're right, the House did pass the $14 billion request for Israel across the House floor. Strong vote, got 12 Democratic votes with it as well. And in the House, I think we'll get a bipartisan vote for support for our other allies, Ukraine and Taiwan. But there's no doubt that Republican members want to review that and make their recommendations on what that bill should contain. I was in a meeting for several hours this morning on that. So we are making progress here, and I know they are in the Senate as well. So I expect that we will have a bipartisan vote to support the effort by Ukraine to throw Putin out of their country and also to defend our ally, Taiwan.
Interesting, because, we're hearing a slightly different tune from Chuck Schumer. He took to the floor this morning to say that this bill that Republicans in the House have put together tying Ukraine to border funding is a non-starter in the Senate. I know that there's a lot of tough talk, and sometimes it's not exactly related to a final product, Congressman, and there's a lot of posturing right now. But do you worry that, in fact, this is creating delays for both Israel and Ukraine?
Well, first of all, let's make sure we get the bill and the funding right to match the strategy of defending Taiwan against Chinese aggression, making sure Ukraine has the timely material they need to defeat Putin, and make sure Israel has timely stockpiles for their Iron Dome system and for their precision munitions. So let's get the substance right. Then we can get this timing issue right. But I'm convinced that if we focus on the substance, we'll get the timing correct. And to Senator Schumer's point, well, you've got Senator Jim Lankford of Oklahoma working actively over in the Senate on a border policy that they can get consensus on and get Democratic support for. So, look, I think it's very fluid in both houses. I think both houses are committed to the appropriate amount of funding to defend our allies and their efforts to thwart authoritarian attacks and terrorist attacks.
Do you think we're going to survive a government shutdown then? Or there could be a couple of days before something is figured out in the short term?
Look, I think that's a bad idea. We just don't need to do that. We should, in my view, and we didn't do it this week, but I urge that we adopt a continuing resolution and get one that 218 Republicans could support and get that done and through the House this week or very early next week, and it doesn't appear that's going to happen. And so once again, we move towards a deadline, but we need that sort of leadership, and that allows us to do the substantive work that we're elected to do in analyzing the right spending programs for all of fiscal 24 and to have the time to debate those supplemental appropriations that are critical for our allies.
Well, as we consider policy that's critical to Americans everywhere, Congressman, there are two things that are getting not enough talk. I think you and I both agree on this. One would be the Farm Bill. And we'll get to that with an important renewal that could be coming as soon as next month. And then there is FISA, or 702, as some people call it short. That's Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. Right. You serve on the Intelligence Committee, and you know a lot more about this than certainly I do or most people here. But there is a bipartisan effort to renew what a lot of people see as a controversial measure, a warrantless spying by the U.S. Why does this need to happen?
Well, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, passed years ago, connected with the post-9/11 world we live in, is very important to America's national security. This is how we use the National Security Agency and other intelligence community participants to make sure we're monitoring people who might do us harm outside the United States. The controversial part is where an American citizen is talking to one of those suspects or terrorists or state actors outside the U.S. How do we listen in on their conversations, for example? This is where the reform needs to take place. And Darren LaHood of Illinois, Andy Biggs of Arizona have been working together on a reform package that reflects the views of certainly the House Republicans, and House Democrats have been involved as well, because we need the authorities of Section 702 under FISA to make sure that we have the intelligence resources to help protect against a homeland attack or protect against an attack against American interests outside the United States.
Well, it's not lost on me that the FBI director, Christopher Wray, said in a hearing, I believe it was just last week, talking about the threats abroad that had spawned from the Hamas attack on Israel, that in fact domestic terror threats were nearing a high as well right now, that the chatter is getting very noisy. And I wonder, Congressman, if that's your concern, if it's domestic threats to the U.S. or it's something altogether different. Why Americans need to see this renewed?
Well, FBI Director Wray last week before the Senate did say that. It's very concerning to me that he would raise that level of concern, that the information that they pick up through their intelligence sources indicate that America is the most at risk it's been since ISIS rose in power in 2014. Some have even said the most at risk since 9/11. And here's how I feel about it. One, we can't let FISA 702 expire and lose that authority. Secondly, we need to have all of our military on alert around the world. And thirdly, we have an open border, Joe. We have an open border where 169 people on the terror watch list have come across the border in the last year. That's a problem. And so I think that's concerning, too, who's coming across this millions of people entering the United States illegally. So I'm concerned about border security from that point of view and who's gotten into our country, local radicalization. You know, back in my hometown of Little Rock, we had a local radicalized Islamic fundamentalist in Memphis, Tennessee, come over to Little Rock and attack our military recruiting base and kill a young man. And that's what I think also Director Wray is concerned about. So external threats across the border, external threats around our military and our diplomats, and internal threats by people who are radicalized by terrorism.
Will it be renewed by the end of the year?
That's my hope. And here's the way to do it. Look, if we can't agree on the precise reforms to the process, let's renew it for a short period of time while we debate those reforms and get them passed. We cannot have a gap in that coverage.
So it's a CR for 702.
Well, let's not call it that, Joe. We're trying to help get it passed here.
That's probably not going to help with anyone. Congressman, it's good to see you. Thank you for the time. Congressman French Hill with us live from Capitol Hill, as always, on Bloomberg. And as I mentioned, brings a unique perspective. Think about it. Foreign affairs, financial services, and intelligence committees. You put them all together, and he's coming at this from a different position than a lot of lawmakers. As we assemble our panel now, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us, Bloomberg Politics contributors. We'll start here with the matter of funding our government and the rest. You know, I left for a couple of days, guys. I thought you might have something figured out here. Maybe I should have mentioned that to the congressman. But Rick Davis, this laddered CR seems to be catching on. I don't get a sense that French Hill prefers it, but there seems to be some resonance here. Is that going to be the answer?
Well, it's certainly something that the speaker's trying to sell inside the caucus right now. And it's even a question as to whether or not people like French Hill and others are willing to walk down that aisle. I mean, it's kind of a compromise on top of compromises. It's wrought with problems. It kind of guarantees a shutdown for government for some period of time. And it's completely dead on arrival in the Senate. So most people I've talked to have absolutely no idea how to actually implement this across the government, across Congress. And so most people are telling me they think that Senate's just going to do a clean CR and get it over there and kind of jam the House with it ultimately to just keep the government shutdown from happening.
Does this just slow things down, Jeannie? We're talking about the back and forth here on Israel funding, on Ukraine, in this case on government funding, dealing with approaches that everyone knows will not lead to a breakthrough or a law. Is that just the story of this period of time? We're just dragging everything until a longer wait cycle, and in some cases beyond what might be appropriate when you consider two hot wars being fought.
Yeah, and you know, the reality is this is how Congress usually operates. It takes a long time. They do come to deadlines. I think the representative is absolutely right. The smart thing to do here is to pass a clean CR, negotiate the funding for Israel, Ukraine, and the rest separately and move this forward. Because let's remember this latter CR, and Joe, you're on fire. You're so right. This multiple cliffs is a great way to describe it. This is not only something that Democrats don't like, but Senate Republicans, Susan Collins and others, have said this is just making the pain far worse. Let's get a clean CR. Let's get it through. Let's negotiate what needs to go out for Israel and Ukraine, and let's move forward is the smart thing to do. The concern is that may not happen, and it's really in the speaker's hands at this point.
Rick, can't you see the cable news channels, you know, with 5 or 6 countdown clocks, all ending at different times? It's the multiple cliff show. It does make you wonder about the optics behind all of that and just how crazy you might want to drive your constituents. But is the alternative also a dead end for this speaker? Would Speaker Johnson be recalled or fired if he actually passed a clean CR with Democrats?
You know, it's hard to tell about whether or not Johnson's honeymoon is over at this point. Certainly, you're starting to see the sun set on that. Marjorie Taylor Greene went after him yesterday. Kind of shades of the old Congress again. And who knows whether or not he could make it to the end of a term, you know, by January of 25. But right now he's got work cut out for him in front of him. This idea of splitting it up, it would only be a couple of different deadlines, one in early December and then one in the middle of January. But that being said, I don't even get the impression he's making progress with his own Republican caucus on it. So it's hard for me to understand how you're going to implement that and how you're even going to get time to vote on it at this stage, because the clock has really ticked down too far. And what I find quite amazing is absolutely no word from the White House on their preferences. I mean, they've not tried to push through the supplemental in any way that I've seen. They kind of just left it to Schumer in the Senate, and you know, he's got a bipartisan majority for it. That's not his problem. So unless the White House sort of puts some pressure on the House of Representatives, they're kind of going to let him just stew. And I don't think that's good for the country. I think the president ought to weigh in and say, get the CR done and get the government funded, and let's go about the business of passing these supplementals.
Well, I'll tell you, by this time next week, it's going to feel real. Like I mentioned, only 9 days to go here. And we'll be, of course, talking it out with Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our signature panel. Next, a big night for Democrats, a big election night. Rick and Jeannie will weigh in on Democratic victories that might tell us a lot about the way forward in 2024. Not to mention tonight's Republican presidential debate. We'll hit it all next with Rick and Jeannie. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ in the red. The S&P retreating after notching its longest winning run in 2 years. S&P now down 8 points to 43.69, a drop of 0.2%. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 115 points, lower by 0.3%. The NASDAQ Composite Index is down 25, a decline of 0.2%. 10-year yield 4.51%. The 2-year yield 4.92%. Gold is down $16 the ounce to $19.52, a decline of 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil at $75.03. WTI now down by 3%. Brent, the global benchmark, at $79.25. Barrel of Brent down now by 2.9%. Virgin Galactic Holdings plans to reduce its workforce as part of a broader cost-cutting move to keep development of its next-generation launch vehicle on track. The space tourism venture, founded by billionaire Richard Branson, is eliminating an unspecified number of workers in an effort to save cash. Right now, we've got shares of Virgin Galactic, which uses the ticker SPACE, SPCE, down by 8.9%. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 5, down 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
Are we going to start referring to Ohio as a swing state again? Is it going purple? Did you see this yesterday? Voters enshrining the right to an abortion in the state's constitution and legalizing cannabis in the same day. That was part of a good day for Democrats, you can certainly say. Look no further than the state of Kentucky, where the Democratic governor, yes, Mitch McConnell's Kentucky, the Democratic governor, Andy Beshear, wins re-election.
Just look at what we were up against. 5 super PACs. My opponent's super PAC, Mitch McConnell's super PAC, Rand Paul's super PAC, the Club for Growth, the Republican Governors Association, all running ads full of hate and division. And you know what? We beat them all at the same time.
From last night, and a busy night, and a string of wins here for Democrats in elections around the country. Let's reassemble our panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Been really looking forward to what both of you have to say here. The narrative is a tough one, Rick, for Republicans. And I wonder your thoughts on a state like Kentucky. I'm not really sure I understand the Beshear phenomenon to begin with. But after what you just heard there, overcoming Mitch McConnell, overcoming the forces of gravity. How did he do it? And maybe more importantly, what does it mean for the greater field in this next election cycle?
Yeah, well, you know, like all things in politics, it all starts with money. He outspent his opponent by $20 million, so that helps a lot. He's been running as a governor who, as a centrist, there's a lot of value with being a centrist politician today, especially in some states like Kentucky. He's seen the state through some really tough times, so every time we read a survey, the one thing that is in common is voters want the parties to work together to find solutions, and he's been a solution-oriented governor. So give him his due. Getting elected a Democrat governor in a red state is very rare. We talked about this earlier this week about how there are only 5 states left where there's split governance, where there are Republicans and Democrats in the statewide leadership, whether in Congress or in constitutional offices at the state level. So it's a rare bird to find something like this, and the fact that he was able to do as well as he did is a real kudos to him for the kind of politician, the kind of politics he's playing.
Well, the greater theme is certainly leaning in the direction of Democrats in the last 24 hours here, Jeannie. As we've seen in the midterms and a lot of special elections, the issue of abortion loomed large. And I suspect that you're connecting some dots here. It's not only what happened in Ohio, yesterday with the abortion vote, but also what happened in the state of Virginia. We'll have Rick weigh in on this too. He's certainly no stranger to Virginia politics. But people are looking at the impact that the issue of abortion had. Governor Glenn Youngkin was talking about implementing a 15-week ban, but also what that means in the bigger picture for 2024, not just for Glenn Youngkin, but also that issue of abortion and how it might play for Democrats. How do you see it?
It has played very well for Democrats since the overturning of Roe and the passage of Dobbs. There's no question about that. Every time abortion has been front and center and on the ballot, the pro-choice forces have come out and they have won. So now we see it in the red Ohio. It played big in Kentucky and, to your point, in Virginia. Interesting about Virginia, we saw Governor Youngkin trying to test out new language and a new way forward for Republicans and pro-life forces. He tried not to be defensive, but to go on the offensive, trying to talk about this 15-week limit. The reality is, though, that once again, that did not succeed for him, as it hasn't for Republicans across the country. And that means we are probably going to see in 24, obviously, Democrats make as much as they can out of this, but we're probably going to see Republicans walk back a little bit. We've already seen that from Donald Trump. Fascinating. Here is somebody who wants to have it both ways. He's saying he's a moderate. This issue is going to hurt Republicans. He's going to take a stepped back approach on this. And yet here's the same man who, when Dobbs was passed, claimed credit for stacking the Supreme Court. So how he is going to walk that line is going to be fascinating. But the reality is abortion has helped Democrats from the start when it's been the issue front and center. But I would be cautious about reading too much of these results into 24. The reality is that a lot of what happened last night was about local and state issues. Andy Beshear is a very attractive candidate. He is a son of a former governor. To Rick's point, he spent an awful lot of money and he has been effective. That said, look at what he talked about when he stood on that stage for the first time. He talked about infrastructure, a bill that joined Biden and McConnell down there in that state. So this does bode a little bright light for Biden and the Democrats, but they have a lot of work to do because you've got to get people out to the vote. This is a off-year election with low turnout, except for people who are incredibly interested in these issues like abortion and marijuana when they're on the ballot.
Yeah, right. How about that? I did see a little bit of a line in Virginia. I have to admit, Rick, I don't know about you yesterday, but are people being fair to count out Glenn Youngkin in this cycle? Some had concocted this idea of Glenn Youngkin running the board on Tuesday night, a red wave through the legislature, and then making a late arrival on the presidential trail.
Yeah, kind of teased by Governor Youngkin himself, right? I mean, he set this up as, hey, I'm going to put all my chips on winning the legislature. I want a completely unified government, the Senate and the House in Richmond, and I'm not going to make any decisions about my future politically until I do that. Well, he didn't do it, and so the decision about his future kind of got made for him. And this is always the problem with setting those kinds of markers in the future. The Virginia race was incredibly close. The Republicans actually picked up a seat in the Senate and lost some in the House. And so the bottom line is Democrats now have both chambers in Richmond to stymie any initiative that the governor may have, for the next 2 years of office. So he's now trapped in sort of political purgatory and to some degree of his own making. Look, there's no question abortion played big in this. I would say, looking at these Ohio results, even more so than Virginia, there are a lot of turnout, and it's actually almost historic for a off-year election, an off-year election. And 3.9 million people voted in Ohio, and 4 million voted in the midterm. That is outrageous. That's, the idea that an off-year could meet a midterm is really something. And I think what Republicans have to pay attention to is, Democrats have occupied the vast majority of voters in the cities, but with this abortion referendum, they were able to move that way out into the suburbs. And to me, that is something that could play important in the 2024 election. But three groups, voters under 30 and independent voters and women, all vastly supported this abortion referendum in Georgia or in Ohio. But all of them have, in those cases in Ohio, a 39% approval rating of Joe Biden. So you can't necessarily draw the conclusion that because they're turning out big for abortion in Ohio, that they're going to necessarily do the same thing for Joe Biden as president.
Be curious to ask you about the Trump effects in our remaining moment here, Jeannie. There was actually one big Republican win last night. May not have surprised anybody, but Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves beat Brandon Presley. It was like a cousin or a nephew of Elvis Presley or something there. But Donald Trump went on Truth Social that Daniel Cameron lost. That's the one who lost to Bashir in Kentucky, because he could not alleviate the stench of Mitch McConnell. He goes on to write, Tate Reeves, on the other hand, surged to a win after my involvement. Congratulations to Tate. Was this a win or a loss for Donald Trump overall, Jeannie?
In his mind, everything is a win, Joe Matthew. But, you know, it was a loss. Listen, he endorsed Cameron as well. So I don't know why the stench falls on Mitch McConnell. But another bright spot, actually, for Republicans, we have to say, is New York once again. They win the county executive in Suffolk. They win a city council seat in the Bronx. New York, because the focus has been on crime, has been something that Republicans have been able to make hay of up here. And that is going to be something we're going to see a battle over in 24. So Democrats have to keep their eye on that. Abortion, huge for Democrats, but crime and the issue of immigration and illegal migration continues to play big for Republicans, rather, in places you wouldn't expect it, like my home state. So we have to keep our eye on that, because the numbers there are pretty astonishing, continuing what we saw for Republicans in the midterm.
Day after analysis with Rick and Jeannie, exactly as you were looking forward to. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Let's bring you up to date on the news now with Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. Ivanka Trump is the fourth Trump to take the stand in the New York civil fraud trial against the Trump Organization. The former president and his sons, Don Jr. and Eric, have already testified. Today, Ivanka said she had no role in preparing her father's financial statements. Attorney General Letitia James spoke on the courthouse steps ahead of Ivanka's testimony.
She will attempt today to distance herself from the company, but unfortunately, the facts will reveal that, in fact, that she was very much involved. We uncovered the scheme, and she benefited from it personally.
James is seeking over $300 million in penalties and a ban on Donald Trump doing business in the state. The judge in the case has already ruled that Donald Trump engaged in fraud. Democrats in the Senate are honing in on the Supreme Court and allegations some justices have received free luxury travel and gifts from wealthy donors. The Senate Judiciary Committee plans to vote tomorrow to subpoena two wealthy benefactors along with a judicial activist. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Little change right now in the S&P 500 index. Still in the red, down 2 points. That 7-day winning streak for the S&P 500 index halted, at least for now. We have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 71 points, a drop now of 0.2%. The Nasdaq Composite Index lower by 5, down less than 0.1%. Bottom line here, little change now for the S&P 500 index. We've got the 10-year yielding 4.50% with a 2-year at 4.91%. And one of the big questions for investors is, have we seen peak rates, and when do the rate cuts begin? Darryl Cronk is Chief Investment Officer for Wealth and Investment at Wells Fargo Bank.
You know, if you believe that the yield curve was doing the work for the Fed in additional hikes, then as rates come down, you have to also concurrently believe that it's not doing the work of the Fed anymore. So I'm not convinced the Fed is fully done yet. What I am convinced of is the market has far too many cuts priced in for 2024 at this point. We just don't see that happening.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Again, 10-year yield right now at 4.50%. Citigroup has been ordered to pay $25.9 million in fines for illegally discriminating against credit card applicants the bank identified as Armenian American. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau said the bank between 2015 and 2021 singled out applicants for certain credit card products suspected of being of Armenian descent based on their surnames, and then Citigroup supervisors conspired to hide the discrimination by instructing employees not to discuss the practices in writing or on recorded phone lines. Citigroup shares they're down 0.3%. Disney reports today after the close of trading, again recapping stocks lower with the S&P down 2 points, down by less than 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
The House of Representatives still trying to figure a way to fund government operations beyond next Friday. Votes to censure the lone Palestinian American serving in the House, Rashida Tlaib, the Congresswoman from Michigan. This is not the first attempt that we've seen here, put together by a member of the Republican majority. In the case of yesterday, it did get to the floor and it passed.
On this vote, the yeas are 234 and the nays are 188, with 4 answering present. The resolution is adopted.
It's the new Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
And there you have it, 234, 188. This goes back to comments made by the Congresswoman, and in fact a video that was posted on Twitter, which I will always call Twitter, I guess, that showed pro-Palestinian protesters chanting "from the river to the sea." Let's reassemble our panel with Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors, for their take on this. Jeannie, we heard a pronounced debate on the floor of the House. There were a lot of Democrats who came to Rashida Tlaib's defense, talking about this as a freedom of speech issue. Should she have been censured?
You know, it's really divided the Democratic Party in an important way. I think there's two things. I'm of two minds here. On the one hand, I agree completely with Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader, when he says that the statements that she made, particularly in that video you referenced, or that she didn't make them, she released them in this video, are deplorable. They are slogans that are destructive. They do not at all support what we hope would be the end for everybody, which would be some kind of two-state solution. They are polarizing, they're divisive, they incite violence. So it is really, really troubling to see that released by a congressperson. That said, I am of the opinion that when you go and you censure, you have to be very carefully. You're doing it only for reasons that are the most serious. And I agree actually with Ken Buck and some of the other Republicans on this. We have to be careful we don't get into a tit for tat where we are censuring people on the other side because we don't agree with them. I don't agree with Rashida Tlaib here. And by the same token, I don't think we should make censure a weapon that is used to try to hold people up whose speech we don't appreciate. So I'm of those two minds here. I wouldn't have voted for the censure. I side with Buck on that. But the statements are deplorable, and I'm glad Hakeem Jeffries came out clearly and said that. It does, though, divide the Democratic Party, but you did have 22 Democrats vote to censure her all the same.
Yep, that's right. And Ken Buck was one of 4 Republicans, as you mentioned, voting against the measure. Rashida Tlaib spoke to her own defense on the floor. Here she is.
Speaking up to save lives, Mr. Chair, no matter faith, no matter ethnicity, should not be controversial in this chamber. The cries of the Palestinian and Israeli children sound no different to me. Why? What I don't understand is why the cries of Palestinians sound different to you all.
Is that a fair question? Does it deserve an answer, Rick?
Yeah, look, I think the answer was she got censured, and she didn't get censured by Marjorie Taylor Greene's censure resolution. It talked about insurrection and things like that. I mean, Republicans said no to that. Democrats said no to that. That was fine. But she was censured for what she said. And sure, sometimes she says nice things like what she just said about the value of life. And then other times she says things that are incredibly destructive and that promote political violence. And we talk a lot about promotion of political violence on this show. And I think the Congress did the right thing by putting her in her place, censuring her. It's only been done, a couple dozen times in history. But when you are promoting a chant of from the river to the sea, which means the complete destruction of Israel, and you've sided with Hamas in the past, then you are promoting political violence. And that we got to have zero tolerance for that. And frankly, if anybody else does the same thing, they should be censured too.
We mentioned it a moment ago. 22 Democrats chose to vote in favor of censure, Jeannie. They're all from different states. There were some New Yorkers in there. You've got Debbie Wasserman Schultz in Florida. Some of them you might have considered predictable, some of them not. What were they thinking of?
I think they are seeing what she released in the statement she's made as calls for the complete destruction of Israel. And even though she is a member of their party and they support her right to speak, they are very, very concerned about the rhetoric and the violence that can ensue as a result. I think in my mind, what I try to think about is what should we do to advance what we all want? She's absolutely right. It was a heartbreaking statement you just played. What is happening to innocent civilians in Palestine, in the Gaza Strip rather, is so heartbreaking. There is no difference between Israeli and Palestinian children or any children or people. That said, we have to expect a good deal from our leaders in the United States that they are going to be productive. And I think the members who voted to censure her on the Democratic side are looking at this as calls for violence that they just cannot go on the record either turning a blind eye to or supporting. And this is, I don't think she is likely surprised by this. I do think this is a really important and difficult conversation to have all around, but violence does have to be condemned. And we do need to think about humanitarian assistance and solutions and being productive. And violent rhetoric is not the way to do that.
Well, in our 30 seconds remaining, I don't want to cut you off here, Rick, but I wonder if you think this puts it to bed, at least as a public sort of fissure in the Democratic conference in the House.
It could. It just depends upon her conduct and her speech between now and then. It certainly has put the squad, AOC and her team on defense, and certainly not a good thing for going into an election year.
Well, yeah, and members of the squad were standing with her or sitting right around her to support her while she was making that floor speech in her defense. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, we don't shy away from the tough ones here. This is Bloomberg.
In business. Now, your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We're keeping an eye on Roblox shares. That is the video game platform popular among teenagers, and it is surging after reporting third-quarter bookings and revenue that far exceeded Wall Street's projections. Bookings jumped 20% to $839 million from a year earlier, surpassing the $822 million that analysts had estimated. Roblox shares, they are surging right now by 14%. Under Armour has cut its full-year revenue forecast, and with that story, here's Bloomberg's Denise Pellegrini.
Charlie, the athletic goods maker cites weaker demand in its home market of North America in the second half of the fiscal year. Under Armour sees revenue falling 2% to 4%, down from the previous view of flat to up slightly, but it did maintain its profit guidance of 47 to 51 cents a share thanks to the strength of its second quarter earnings. Revenue in North America fell 2% to $991 million for for the quarter that just ended, even as international sales rose. And Baltimore-based Under Armour and its sportswear rivals, they've been working to whittle down excess merchandise with discounts over the past few quarters as they look to open up shelf space for fresh goods. And here's how Under Armour did on that front. Inventory rose 6% for the quarter to $1.14 billion. That is slightly less than analysts had estimated, though. Charlie.
And that's Denise Pellegrini reporting we've got shares of Under Armour up now by 4.5%. The Walt Disney Company reports earnings after the close of trading. Walt Disney shares are trading lower now by 0.5%. Those are our top company stories.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
We're live from Washington, where we'll have some final thoughts straight ahead from Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, looking ahead to the big debate tonight. Don't worry, we're watching so you don't have to. Let's get a check on world and national news first. Nancy Lyons has that in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Well, Joe, you were mentioning it just right now. 5 GOP presidential candidates will be taking the stage tonight in Miami for their third debate. They include former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, tech entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy, and Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina. Greg Valliere of AGF Investments expects Nikki Haley to be the candidate to watch.
I think Nikki Haley is going to fire away on this debate's on foreign policy, and I think she's going to make it quite clear that for us to abandon Ukraine or Israel would be disastrous. And I think she could have, once again, a pretty impressive debate.
Greg Valliere with AGF Investments. The debate will air on NBC at 8 p.m. Wall Street time. Former President Trump is again skipping the debate, instead hosting a campaign rally in Florida. Ivanka Trump is on the witness stand today in a New York courtroom testifying about the Trump Organization and its financial operations. She's been claiming she cannot remember a lot of the details about the documents at the heart of the case. New York Attorney General Letitia James spoke about Ivanka ahead of today's testimony.
Ms. Trump will do all that she can to try to separate herself from this corporation, but she's inextricably tied to the Trump Organization and to these properties that she helped secure financing for. So you cannot hide from the truth.
James says Ivanka Trump will be the last witness for the prosecution. Patrick Dempsey is People magazine's sexiest man alive for 2023. The 57-year-old actor, known for his role as Derek McDreamy Shepherd on the hit show Grey's Anatomy, says it's great he's getting the honor at this point in his life. He admits it gives him a little ego bump, but says it also gives him the chance to promote the Dempsey Center, which is an organization he founded in honor of his late mother to help cancer patients and their families. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Joe.
These are the things, Nancy, thank you, that you learn on Sound On. So Nancy mentioned the debate. It's NBC this time around, Miami, and the Joe Biden campaign has been dispatched to place 1,000 dark Brandon signs around the neighborhood. You wonder, though, with some of the polls that we've been seeing, New York Times Siena, the one today from Marquette, if maybe the joke is on Joe Biden, looking at the folks who are on stage tonight and wondering if he can beat any of them, as opposed to Donald Trump. Let's reassemble the panel with some final thoughts on this. Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino. Rick, what are you watching tonight? Do you buy into the last stand of Ron DeSantis narrative? What's important to you?
No, I think Ron DeSantis is actually having a good week. You know, he got the governor of Iowa to endorse him. That was very big for his chances in Iowa. He's a one-state guy now. You know, the front runner was going to be all these other things. And so I'll be curious to see if he throws some punches, especially in the way of Nikki Haley, who is actually eating up some of his oxygen in Iowa. So to me, that's an interesting relationship, and vice versa, whether or not she goes after him because he's sitting on some of her votes in New Hampshire.
So like that's the story. That's the juice tonight, Jeannie. It's Ron DeSantis versus Nikki Haley, no?
Yeah, except they are running for second and far distant second. So I'm curious to see if anybody goes after the front runner, Donald Trump, who is going to be counter-programming in the Cuban-American stronghold outside of Miami. He is making a very big bid for the Hispanic vote, and his numbers are good there. So they're going to have to go after him. Time is running short. And I also want to see if the Republican Party plays the Richmond, North of Richmond song again, like they did in the last debate, given what happened in Richmond the other night, or last night.
Yeah, maybe not so much, Jeannie. No mention of the high heels from either of them. That's what I'll be looking for. The throwdown over the high heels. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzana will compare notes tomorrow on the grand debate. This one's number 3. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Hour 2 of Sound On starts now.
Now, from our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
2 major stories that we're following here developing before our eyes.
What does it say about Trump's influence on the Republican Party?
What can the Biden administration do on its own to support Israel?
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
The Republican caucus is at war with itself. Members of Congress would have a press conference every day if somebody would cover that.
There is bipartisan support for Israel.
This is one of the big ones we only see once every decade or 2 decades in the Middle East.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
Democrats celebrate a big election night, but will it mean a win in 2024? Welcome to Hour 2 of Sound On, as we comb through the results from Kentucky, from Ohio, and from Virginia, among others, and what they might mean for this next election cycle. We'll be joined ahead by Democratic strategist Jim Messina, the man who helped orchestrate the re-election of Barack Obama. And we'll compare notes with Bloomberg campaign correspondent Mark Niquette. He's in Ohio this day after the voting. And Washington senior editor Wendy Benjaminson back with us today. Later, Ivanka takes the stand. The fraud trial against the Trump Organization. We'll talk to Bloomberg legal editor Sarah Forden about that. And a lot to get to after we update you on the markets. Let's get to New York right now and update on trading with our friend Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Indeed, welcome back. Big warm welcome back. Dow, S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red right now. S&P little change, but still down 2 points, down less than 0.1%. It has been notching its longest winning streak in 2 years. Treasury 10-year yields dropped to 4.5% after a $40 billion auction. The dollar little change. Brent oil dipping below $80 a barrel amid demand concerns. Right now, Brent is trading at $79.55. West Texas Intermediate crude down just about $2 a barrel, down 2.5% now. WTI at $75.40 a barrel. 10-year yield, 4.51%, with the 2-year, 4.92%. Stocks lower across the board. The S&P, though, little change, down by 1 point now. The Dow down 72, decline of 0.2%. NASDAQ also little change, down now by 4 points. Fed Chair Jay Powell made the opening remarks at a conference celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Fed Board's Division of Research and Statistics. He did say the central bank must be willing to think beyond the complex mathematical simulations it traditionally uses to forecast the economy.
Economic models do a reasonably good job of capturing the working of the economy over past decades. Of course, even with state-of-the-art models, and even in relatively calm times, the economy frequently surprises us. But our economy is flexible and dynamic and is subject at times to unpredictable shocks, like a global financial crisis or a pandemic. At those times, forecasters have to think outside of the models.
Powell did not discuss the outlook for Fed policy or the economy. The Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland says it will be launching a nationwide search for a new president and CEO to replace current head Loretta Mester, whose tenure will end in June 2024. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you. Welcome to Hour 2 of Bloomberg Sound On. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. This day after the election night that went pretty well for Democrats is the narrative, and we're going to talk to Wendy and Mark Niquette about that in just a moment. As Andy Beshear takes a victory lap, Daniel Cameron says good night, Kentucky.
I ask that you pray for Governor Beshear and his team and for all of our Commonwealth, because at the end of the day, win, lose, or draw, what ultimately matters is that we know that Christ is on the throne.
Christ is on the throne, he said. And we thought Trump was on the throne. This is Cameron when he won the primary.
A big thank you to President Donald J. Trump for his support and his endorsement of this campaign. Let me just say, the Trump culture of winning is alive and well in Kentucky.
Except it wasn't last night. As it turned out, Andy Beshear wins a remarkable race as a Democrat in Kentucky, and that's where we want to start our conversation with Wendy Benjaminson, Bloomberg, of course, Washington senior editor, and Mark Niquette is with us from the great state of Ohio, Bloomberg politics reporter. It's great to see you both here. Wendy, your thoughts on that, the takeaways for Donald Trump on a night like that. He took to truth, by the way, and said that Daniel Cameron lost because of the taint or the stench or something of Mitch McConnell.
Mitch McConnell.
Well, my goodness. What about the stench of Donald Trump?
Well, yes, but Donald Trump doesn't think there's any electoral stench on
Did he
that.
play a big role in this campaign? Because we're going to next talk about how Democrats had a big night.
No. I mean, Donald Trump really has his hands full with the trial, the New York fraud trial. He was, of course, on the stand on Monday. So he was not really campaigning for this one at all. And I'm not sure it often helped. Remember, in the midterms in last year, the people he campaigned for and the most MAGA candidates lost. And I think overall, what this election told us last night was that voters are certainly in favor of abortion rights. They are certainly interested in the Democratic brand. Whether they are, according to other polls, interested in Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is the big unanswered question.
Well, that's right. I use this race in Kentucky as an entry point, Mark, but I wonder your thoughts on some of the bigger picture takeaways from yesterday when we look at the state of Virginia, for instance. A lot of folks thought that would be, a red wave that sent Glenn Youngkin running into the presidential campaign. Neither happening here. And, of course, what happened in Ohio. Wendy mentioned abortion, and that does seem to be a big part of the takeaway from races we saw in all of these states. What's your view today?
Yeah, I don't know how you can not say this was a good night for Democrats. In Virginia, Governor Youngkin went all in to keep Republican control of the House of Delegates and flip the Senate. This was going to be his springboard, I think, to a run for president in 2028. That didn't work out. In Virginia, the Democratic governor won what is clearly a very conservative red state in a year where it shouldn't have been good for Democrats, given President Biden's low popularity. And in Ohio, you had this issue to enshrine abortion rights in the state constitution passed by 13 percentage points in a state that Donald Trump won twice. It's more trending a red state now. And it just clearly demonstrated that in the case of abortion, it's an issue that can mobilize Democrats and independents and works against Republicans. So Republicans haven't figured out how to message abortion after the Supreme Court decision overturning abortion and abortion rights. And, clearly the results in Ohio showed that, Republicans, particularly suburban Republican women, are going to turn out and vote for abortion rights.
Well, and Mark, you're absolutely right, but the yellow flashing sign for Democrats, Joe, is that in November 2024, when it's probably, but not necessarily, going to be Biden and Trump, abortion rights will not be specifically on the ballot, maybe in a couple of states, but, that's going, then it's really not about an issue that, as Mark said, everyone is, or many voters are getting behind. It's going to be that choice that very few voters really want to make.
It could be 6 states if those ballot measures, I guess, are approved. So it's not like the whole country is going to be dealing with this as an issue. To your point, although the overhang of Roe,
that's true,
and that national effect is still very real, is it not?
It is, and the White House or the Biden re-elect campaign has decided to make Vice President Kamala Harris the spokeswoman for abortion rights, and she is an effective advocate on it. She can bring it out. She herself is not as popular as even Joe Biden, I think, but she can really speak to abortion in a way that Joe Biden is very uncomfortable speaking about it because he's always been a little doubting on abortion rights anyway. Yeah.
Mark Niquette, Wendy mentioned the Democrat brand, and it wasn't only abortion in Ohio, it was cannabis. What do you make of these takeaways when you put them together, and does it reshape your view of Ohio?
Not for the general in a presidential race. I think Ohio will not be in play in the presidential race. But I think it shows how these issues can be motivating factors for turnout. And abortion in particular, I think, will be used in Ohio to try and increase Democratic turnout and, maybe work against some of the suburban vote. The supporters of issue 1 think having the separate ballot issue to legalize recreational marijuana helped drive turnout of younger voters, which helped them on the abortion issue. But the abortion results were very interesting in Ohio. You had 18 counties that voted for Trump in 2020 support the abortion rights amendment. And in some cases, pretty in a big way. And what's interesting about that is that a lot of these counties are suburban counties, like around Columbus, the state capital, and in Northeast Ohio, were sort of working class voters who used to be Democrats but came over to Trump and are pretty strong Trump supporters. They went for the abortion issue. So it just kind of shows how abortion can be a factor in as an issue in the race, but as you said before, it's not going to be a race about abortion. It's going to be a race about the presidency and in particular a choice between Trump and Biden.
Mm-hmm. Well, as we pull this into a bigger conversation about 2024, we had the New York Times Siena poll, which freaked out a lot of Democrats here in Washington, for lack of a better term, Wendy. And I'm looking at Marquette University today. This is specific to Wisconsin. Mm-hmm. And these matchups, Nikki Haley, 53%, Biden, 44%. DeSantis, 50%, Biden, 48%. Not quite the spread here, but Biden still beats Donald Trump. And I wonder how that will inform what you're going to be looking for tonight in this Republican debate, because the two aiming for second, at least in this hypothetical in Wisconsin, could beat Joe Biden.
Absolutely. And that is what Nikki Haley's going to come out swinging on a lot of issues on this, because she is ascendant in the polls as DeSantis sort of either stays the same or drops. But she really thinks she could be the last person standing if Donald Trump goes down. One of the things that was interesting in that New York Times Siena poll is that voters, especially independents, who would vote for Trump over Biden while he's under indictment would change their vote once, if he ever became a convicted felon. That convicted felon may be the bar that could switch people off Donald Trump. And if that's the case, 6% is actually enough in a close election to beat it. So if he becomes a convicted felon, let's say it happens before the convention, somehow in some political movie that I can write someday, Nikki Haley becomes the Republican nominee, then Biden's in real trouble.
Mark, what are your thoughts in helping our listeners and viewers prepare for this debate tonight? It's going to be the third round. We've got 5 candidates on stage. And with the backdrop that we just laid out here, who will have your attention tonight in Miami?
Well, it looks like it's going to be a fight between Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley, as Wendy said, for second place, to try to be sort of the Trump alternative. So it'd be interesting, to what level that sparring actually takes place. But I'll be interested to see, how Nikki Haley tries to use the issue of abortion in this debate. She has more, staked out a more moderate position on abortion than Ron DeSantis, who supported a 6-week heartbeat bill ban kind of issue. And I think the results from last night sort of suggests that a majority of voters are towards the more moderate, restrictions on abortion rather than, the more strict, 6-week bans.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and after last night, it'll be really interesting to see if Nikki Haley and some of those others are as unapologetically pro-life as they have coined themselves in previous debates, knowing that it's a loser even in places like Ohio and Kansas and other conservative rock-red-ribbed states that have rock-ribbed red states
I got you.
that have enshrined abortion rights.
Well, it's going to be something to watch this evening, the debate in the spin room, and I appreciate your coming over to talk to us about it. Wendy Benjaminson with us from Washington, Mark Niquette from Ohio after an important election night. Thanks to both of you for the insights today on Bloomberg Sound On as we add the voice of another expert here, and in fact, someone who knows these poll numbers probably a lot better than we do and has in fact prepared a presidential candidate for a debate like this. That would be Jim Messina. Jim, it's great to see you. Welcome back to Bloomberg Sound On. It's a pleasure, of course, CEO of the Messina Group, former Deputy Chief of Staff to President Obama. This is a tough world, I guess, if you're competing for second. My goodness, the front runner doesn't even show up. So what's the strategy tonight for a Ron DeSantis or a Nikki Haley? What would you tell them?
Well, look, I agree with Wendy. I think it's important tonight to stand out. You are competing for one lane and one lane only, which is to be the Trump alternative. And what is killing these guys right now, Joe, is that there's too many of them. And so they need some of these guys to get out. They were happy that Pence got out last week. They need some more of these folks. And so they got to do two things. They got to look presidential and look like they can do this. And they need to stand up to the other potentials who are going to swing at them and, try not to have an oops moment. And so if I was advising either DeSantis or Haley, I'd say stick to your own message first. Kind of shuck off the back and forth and don't let them hit you, and just try to look at the electorate and make your case why you should be the Republican nominee for president.
Nikki Haley's got a major differentiator now that Mike Pence is out of the race, Jim, and that's firsthand experience with foreign policy. Wouldn't you just talk about Israel and Ukraine and Russia and China all night?
Yes and no, Joe. On one hand, yes, but she doesn't agree with the majority of her party on a couple of those issues, right? Okay. And so she's always been more pro engagement than the modern Trump Republican Party, who doesn't want to be in some of those places, and so that makes her messaging more difficult. I would absolutely attempt to talk about leadership and move this to that, but voters tend to care way more about what you're going to do for them and why they should be excited about you. And part of primaries is about excitement. And so she's got to figure a way to kind of continue to be the candidate of the moment, which she's done really good at. The other thing is, and I'm glad you raised that Wisconsin poll earlier, the thing that's propping up Trump right now is the belief that he can beat Biden. And now there's starting to be data out there in Wisconsin, which for your viewers and listeners is now the most important state in America. Wisconsin is the state where when you run computer simulations, that's the state that gives you the presidency. And the fact that Donald Trump can't win that state right now, but Haley and DeSantis can, if they can't make that sale to the Republican base, there's no sale to be made. I still think this primary is already over and they're competing for the VP, Joe. But, tonight's the night. They've got to move here.
You do believe the primary is over. You just answered my next question. So this whole exercise tonight is one in vain, just in case something bad happens to Donald Trump?
Donald Trump has the largest lead of any primary candidate in our modern lifetime. Now, let's not get too excited about that. The previous record holder was Hillary Clinton over Barack Obama in 2008. I don't think we're going to compare DeSantis and Nikki to Barack Obama. So, I'm to quote the great movie line, there's still a chance, Joe. But he's over 50 in all these. In Ron DeSantis's home state of Florida, there was a poll out yesterday that showed Trump leading him by 39 points. And so that just shows you the hill these folks are climbing up. And at some point, their version of me is going to walk in the room and say, hey, can we have a private conversation? Do you think you're running for president or do you think you're running for vice president? Because that is a whole different thing about what you say about Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying there's a chance. Spending time with Jim Messina, I was taken by a tweet from Larry Sabato. Jim, he's going to join us later on today on Bloomberg TV, and he was reacting to the Virginia election results, which I'd love to hear from you on. Of course, a lot of folks thought this would be a make or break situation for Glenn Youngkin. A lot of folks thought it would make a potential presidential campaign if Glenn Youngkin, the governor, could run the table, turn the legislature red. The opposite, of course, happened. And as Sabato writes on Twitter, clearance sale, he writes, Jim. All Youngkin for President 24 merchandise. A free My Pillow comes with all purchases over $1. No returns. Did Glenn Youngkin just surrender his chances to be president?
Oh, absolutely. And I think he kind of had already because he wasn't running. And
is that just for this cycle or ever?
Oh, I don't know about ever. Voters don't have that long. But, he was styled as the guy that could unite the party, that the conservatives could get behind, but then the moderates who could win in the suburbs. And, the problem, you and I have talked in the past about abortion, and that this was like, the Republicans have been chasing that car for a long time, and then finally the dog caught the car. Well, the theory was Youngkin had a new message on abortion that could appeal to the suburbs and they could win on. And that message was clearly and roundly repudiated last night, both in Virginia and Ohio. And so not only did they catch the car, Joe, the car blew up on them. And so now everyone is sitting here saying, what are we going to say about abortion? Because the message we thought we had just didn't work in a place that we all thought it should. And Youngkin is going to take a whole bunch of that responsibility from a whole bunch of very angry Republicans today.
Well, yeah, he was upfront about it. He told people that if Republicans took power, they would implement a 15-week ban. So let's extrapolate this. You're preparing a 24 campaign for president, or you're advising it, Jim Messina. What did you learn last night that you might not have known otherwise that you can actionalize in the next year?
Two things. One, it's interesting to look at who turned out last night. There wasn't massive turnout in these places. Both parties didn't get the historic turnout they got in the last couple elections. What that means is that both parties are going to have to worry a little bit more about turning out their own voters. And the second thing, which you and I just talked about, Joe, is I think both parties were waiting to see if abortion was still an issue. It clearly was an issue in Dobbs. It clearly was an issue in the 2022 midterms. But, there was some view in both parties that maybe that issue had gone away. Not gone away. Absolutely. And look at the Ohio numbers, 13 points. Like, nothing passes by 13 points. It passed by more than the free weed initiative. Like, come on. And then Pennsylvania, the Supreme Court race last night, and then in all those Virginia Loudoun County seats. So the other thing I learned is both parties are going to be talking about abortion next year as well.
You mentioned Loudoun County, not to get too hyper-local for our listeners around the country and around the world, but trans rights were just a very big deal in that area. It helped to get Glenn Youngkin elected, in fact, on having parents become more involved in curriculum and policies like these. Was that a rebuke to some extent? How do you read into it?
Yeah, I'm not sure it was a rebuke. I mean, it could be. I think that largely abortion became a bigger issue. I also think that, Youngkin wasn't on the ballot. This is the problem the Republicans have had with Trump. It's a problem we had as Democrats without Obama on the ballot. Can you turn your voters out without you on the ballot? And so far, the data for both parties is it's hard. And last night, those Youngkin swing voters in Loudoun County went Democrat. And, and so both parties are looking up today to say, is Virginia really a swing state in the presidential election?
Well, we're looking at as many as 6 states, based on our reporting, that could have abortion on the ballot in 2024. Obviously, it's not going to be a national vote, but it could be a national issue, to your point. To what extent did Joe Biden's successful outcomes state by state depend on abortion being on the ballot?
It's a great question. I don't think that's how it works, because I think it doesn't need to be on the ballot. I think, this will be the first election since Dobbs where the presidential election could be a referendum on abortion, because you're going to have a very clear difference. Trump has said repeatedly, I'm proud to have appointed these judges. I'm the guy who got rid of Roe v. Wade. Biden has said repeatedly, I want to pass a bill to codify Roe v. Wade. And in those swing states, to your point, it doesn't matter if it's on the ballot. It's going to be a choice between two very different theories of the case, two presidential campaigns. And these swing women voters that, decide presidential elections in Montgomery County in Pennsylvania, in Milwaukee suburbs in Wisconsin, they are going to want to know about people's stance on these issues, no matter if it's on a state referendum, because largely abortion is a national issue for these voters. And they've proven that over and over in the last year.
How about that? I haven't asked you about the Donald Trump effect, and I don't know if you even see one. He was blaming, I think, as he put it, the stench of Mitch McConnell for Daniel Cameron's loss in Kentucky last evening, where Andy Beshear, the Democrat, wins re-election. You're talking about some broad strokes here. Was Donald Trump one of them in this election or not?
He was. In the 2022 midterm election, Joe, the most determinative factor of how you were going to vote as a swing voter, exit polls showed, was your view of Donald Trump. And the problem the Republicans have with Donald Trump is he's an amazing turnout machine, but he tends to endorse these candidates that are hard to win statewide. And the Kentucky race was less about his candidate and more about the Democrats nominated a very conservative, Democratic, very successful governor and won by 5 points in a state where Donald Trump won by 20. And so that's about good candidates. And so for 2024, both parties need to nominate people who can win in some of these states. And Trump keeps endorsing folks that are really problematic to win in general elections. And that's not Mitch McConnell's fault. That's Donald Trump's fault. And so I'm sure that this morning, you have a very angry Mitch McConnell.
Well, so what do you make of all of these polls, on many of them on a national level? But you mentioned Wisconsin, and we've seen another one today, Georgia, the CNN poll. Do you believe the conventional wisdom that Joe Biden can only beat Donald Trump, or could a lot change in the next year?
Oh, a lot could change. And it's not me trying to spin you, Joe. It's just history, right? Exactly this time 12 years ago, this weekend, the New York Times Magazine put Barack Obama on the cover and said he only had a 17% chance to win based on the polls. And he was toast. That was their words. Is Obama toast? He trailed in every single battleground state, as, by the way, Joe, did George Bush at the same time in his election cycle, as did Bill Clinton. So, there's lots of bedwetting Democrats out there who are losing their minds. There's lots of cocky Republicans. Both of them just need to have a very big beer and realize, to Joe's point, all this can change. And we are a year away, which is a lifetime in American politics, just a lifetime. And, the issues could largely be very different. Who thought 2 months ago we'd be talking about war in the Middle East, and who knows what's going to be going on with China? Just the issue set could be wildly different. And so I don't think these polls tell us really anything, except for the country is probably not super jacked up to have a rematch.
Well, I'll tell you, it's interesting you use that term. I was at the White House this morning and spoke with a senior official who referred to bedwetting and rubber sheets, and was making the same point that you were, Jim. So to the extent that you can, get to the issues you can control, knowing that most people will probably vote first on the economy, you've already got the abortion matter, it sounds like, covered here. What do you do for the next year to try to turn around this disconnect between polling numbers and what this White House frames as strong economic data?
Yeah, you do two things, Joe. First of all, to your point, they've got to get this economic message out. And it's hard. Swing voters only think about politics 4 minutes a week, and they're just not looking at the data the way you and I are. And so they got to continue to wail away at this, and it takes a long time. Joe Biden in 2020, lost the question of who's better on the economy, but won the presidency. Can he do that again? They don't want to try. They want to win the economic argument. And the second thing they got to do is make this a binary choice between them and Donald Trump. And that's how they won last time. And so the question is when they start that. Right now, they're just talking about their record, which I think is right, because they've got more work to do with these swing voters on it. But eventually they will pivot and be very contrast forward message why they are better than Biden. Those two things have to happen to win a presidential election for both sides here.
How much does actually determining your rival factor into the way that you're presenting the candidate, not in terms of oppo or how you're going to run against somebody, but once you know, all right, it's Donald Trump or it's Nikki Haley or it's Ron DeSantis, this is the Joe Biden we want to put forward?
It doesn't as much as you think. When I ran President Obama's reelection campaign, we obviously cared very deeply about who came out of the Republican primary. We were hoping it wasn't going to be Romney, but it was. But what we learned was that you just had to control your own destiny. And you had to get your message out, and then you had to define your opponent. And, the Biden campaign is advantaged by this primary process the Republicans are going through, because in a very competitive primary, they've all had to endorse the 6-week abortion ban, which is just horrible politics. They've all had to endorse some of these other really controversial things like cutting Social Security and Medicare. And so, that's helpful to Team Biden, that no matter who comes out of that primary, they have taken those positions.
They're handing out and planting dark Brandon signs in Miami today. I want one of these lawn signs, I have to admit, Jim. I wonder, though, if that is going to be the angle here. Does Joe Biden need to scare people a little bit when it comes to Donald Trump, or is it going to be city on a hill? I've got the long view as a man of experience. What's the approach and the tone of this campaign?
Well, look, if I was them, and thank God I'm not advising Donald Trump because I'd kill myself, but if I was, I would tell him to take a page out of Reagan and do the city on the hill and try to paint the picture. He has no ability to do that, no sort of interest. And so their theory is going to be burn down Joe Biden. I just don't think that's how voters think about it. I think they want something to vote for. I think the lesson of Barack Obama, the lesson of George Bush, the lesson of Bill Clinton, the lesson of Ronald Reagan is that positive matters as much as negative, and more in some ways, especially when you're trying to do the two things you and I talked about, Joe, which is turn voters out of your party and do swing voters. Your party's not going to get super jacked about, a year of negative. They're going to want to hear you say something. And so I think, Team Trump has got to learn that lesson from last time.
Well, this has been a seminar as usual, and you've been incredibly generous with your time, Jim. I'll ask you lastly about one thing that happened in Ohio we haven't really talked about, and that was the vote to legalize marijuana. Ohio now the 24th state to legalize the recreational use of cannabis. Why does it remain so controversial here in the nation's capital?
It is crazy because people are still fighting old politics, and you have a bunch of older members of Congress who haven't seen what their constituents want. To your point, it's all over the country, red states, blue states. My home state, red state of Montana, did it. Like, it's just not controversial at the state level. They're passing hugely. The only place that hasn't gotten the message is this 10-square logic-free zone called Washington, D.C., and sooner or later, they got to kind of wake up and realize it. If only, Joe, to tax it, right? Because eventually to do some of the things like reduce the deficit, which we need to do, by the way, you're going to have some tax increases. And why not tax it? Especially when 25 states have already legalized it. They won't even let federal banks deal in the money, which is just really stupid. So hopefully they're going to wake up and take yes for an answer.
I'll be curious to hear if Joe Biden has much to say about that on the campaign trail moving forward. Jim, great pleasure. Good to see you. And many thanks, as I said, for all your time. Jim Messina not only runs the Messina Group, former Deputy Chief of Staff to President Barack Obama, who helped to orchestrate the re-election of Barack Obama. It's always fascinating to get inside his head for a moment here as we get these little snapshots. We've got a year to go, but these little snapshots along the way in this campaign are what will make you a lot smarter to understand the final results. Let's get you up to date on things now. Nancy Lyons has that for us. World and national news in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Hey, Joe. Donald Trump's daughter Ivanka is testifying today in New York's civil fraud suit against the family's business. She follows her brothers who testified last week, former president who testified on Monday. She's been outlining today how she had no role in her father's financial statements. But ahead of today's proceedings, New York Attorney General Letitia James said that Ivanka may not face charges, but she was involved.
Ivanka Trump secured, negotiated loans to obtain favorable terms based on fraudulent statements of financial condition.
James alleges Donald Trump fraudulently inflated his net worth to win favorable loans from banks. House Republicans have issued subpoenas today to President Biden's family, specifically Hunter Biden and President Biden's brother James. They're seeking their testimony in the impeachment inquiry. So far, Republicans have failed to uncover evidence directly implicating the president in any wrongdoing. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and top diplomats from the Group of Seven appear united on the Israel-Hamas war. Today, they condemned Hamas and expressed support for Israel's right to self-defense. Blinken says the only way to ensure this crisis never happens again is to begin setting conditions for a durable peace and for stability.
The United States believes key elements should include no forcible displacement of Palestinians from Gaza. Not now, not after the war. No use of Gaza as a platform for terrorism or other violent attacks. No reoccupation of Gaza after the conflict ends. No attempt to blockade or besiege Gaza. No reduction in the territory of Gaza.
Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg. We have got the S&P now trading little change, but higher. If we do advance again today, that would be 8 in a row for the S&P 500 index. Right now, though, up by 1 point, little change. The Dow does remain lower by 78 points, down 0.2%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is higher now by 8 points, a gain of 0.1%. Bottom line here, little change on the S&P after notching its longest winning run in 2 years. Treasury 10-year yields dropped to around 4.5% as a $40 billion auction drew slightly weaker demand than expected. The 2-year right now, 4.92%, and again, the 10-year right now, 4.52%. Another drop for crude oil today, down 2.5%, 75.43 for West Texas Intermediate crude. Brent, the global benchmark, at 79.67, down now by 2.4%. Brent back below $80 a barrel. So we've got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ trading mixed right now. Little change on the S&P, up by half a point. Jay Pawlowski is Chief Investment Officer at TPW Investment Management, and on surveillance this morning, he told us he does see the inflation outlook improving rapidly.
You have falling rents down year over year. You have gasoline prices falling sharply. You have used car prices down sharply. So the inflation picture, we think, is going to be better than expected, sooner than expected. That gives central banks room to cut rates, and that should support risk assets.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. Warner Brothers Discovery shares are plunging after the entertainment giant reported a significant decline in network advertising as a result of the Hollywood strikes and the ongoing bleeding of traditional TV subscribers. Shares of Warner Brothers Discovery, they are trading lower now by just about 17.5%. After the bell, we'll hear from the Walt Disney Company. Disney shares now lower by 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
High drama again in New York today, or at least that's what you would think, as Ivanka Trump testifies in the fraud trial, the civil fraud trial against the Trump Organization in New York, remembering that Donald Trump Jr. testified, Eric Trump. So this is the third of Donald Trump's children to testify, and the headline says it all. Ivanka testifies no role in setting dad's net worth. And I'll remind you that this is one of 6 trials that the former president is facing here. And interestingly, it seems to be the one that gets under his skin the most, because it gets to the value of the Trump brand, not just Mar-a-Lago, but just, you know, the name on the door, which is why he's been showing up for this on an almost daily basis, railing in front of reporters in the courthouse, being slapped with gag orders repeatedly. He even got on the stand himself on Monday, which was the Wild West, according to those who were in the room. So we thought we'd talk to Sarah Forden about this for a moment, get up to date on things. Bloomberg Washington legal team leader. It's great to see you.
Hi,
One
thanks
of
for having
6, it's just insane. We talked about 4 indictments, but there are in fact 6 trials. This one is a pretty big deal because it's not going very well for the former president. How much time is left on this? When do we know if he's allowed to do business in New York again?
Well, first of all, he's already been found liable on the most important claim in this case. And remember, this is a civil fraud trial alleging that he inflated the value of his assets to get loans, and by doing so, basically bilked the state out of money that it was due. So Letitia James, the New York Attorney General, is asking for something like $25 billion in penalties. But what we're seeing play out now in this case, which has been running for 6 weeks, it's expected to last 3 months, is how the judge is going to rule on these 6 other claims, which have to do with falsifying business records, falsifying tax records. And the judge is also going to determine the penalties at the end of this trial.
Because if you're inflating your net worth, therefore every loan application is a fraud case, right? Your taxes become fraudulent based on that original sin.
Exactly.
That's the premise.
That's the
of
premise
this
of the
trial.
case, and that's what, you know, Letitia James has been introducing evidence, including from the bankers, and now, you know, she's gotten to his children, to how much they knew about his net worth as he was, you know, applying for these loans.
So I know this is a family operation, obviously the Trump organization. Is the idea here to get real information from the kids because they were helping to run the company, or to really get under Donald Trump's skin by dragging his children in front of the courtroom and the cameras?
No, this is absolutely about presenting the evidence to the judge who's going to make the decision. And the two eldest sons are also defendants in the case, and were also, you know, closely involved in running the business. Ivanka was involved, but now is no longer operating in New York. She now lives in Florida, and she was dismissed from the case on appeal. But they have brought her in to testify because she was intimately involved in obtaining some of these loans from Deutsche Bank. And particularly the one that they're talking about this morning is the Doral Gulf facility.
A $130 million loan for Doral.
Yeah.
But you make a very important distinction here. The testimony that our listeners and viewers saw, some of which at least, when they allowed the cameras in for Don Jr. and Eric, those are very different stakes than what Ivanka's dealing with here.
Well, I mean, Ivanka is very calm, cool, and collected. She's claiming that she had no knowledge of, you know, what value her father was putting on these assets. She was negotiating in good faith. She thought she had gotten him an excellent deal with Deutsche Bank. So she's
if she got him the deal, though, how does she not know? How does she not help to inform the value of the assets?
Well, the value that the purported value was something around $3 billion, and she did not. She said she did not know that her father was independently claiming it was more than $4 billion.
Got you, and therefore did not help him fulfill this annual exercise of valuing your company, right? I guess getting married and going away for a minute was probably very good for her legal future.
Well, and what's at stake here is whether or not you can calculate the brand value, right? And the value of a brand can be a very fluid thing. I've seen that in my years, you know, covering the fashion industry.
Yeah, right.
You can throw everything in the kitchen sink, and what you define as your brand value if you look at, you know, how the account.
Well, so what do you make of that? You've actually got a very unique view with that said. He says, people don't understand this business. I understand real estate better than you do, and I understand the value of my brand better than you can quantify here in this case. Is there some truth to that?
Well, it's certainly something he can use he gives him a lot of wiggle room. I think the issue was the brand value part of the actual asset value calculation.
Well, that brings us back to the actual case, right? And that's where the judgment will be made, as opposed to saying the house of Gucci is worth this because we say it is and people are willing to pay it.
Exactly.
There are 5 others, Sarah. And you're, of course, helping to shepherd our coverage on all of these.